agenda here. Got a lot of stuff to go through today, so council is here, staff is present, and Mr. Steese is going to get us started. Sorry. I'm not scared of Fred, I can slide down.
So good morning. Before we get into a whole lot, I did see if I'm going to start us off with a little video. This is what we show at the Welcome Center. I just want to get everybody in the state of mind before we get going.
One thing is constant, is the neighborhood has defined Bluffton in my youth, and it still does today.
I think when you walk to the river, and you see the river, and you just sit there for a few minutes, you'll understand something quite calm comes over you.
You say it is a state of mind. It is a state of mind.
There's water that are colonnades, like the river, Broad River. So that Bluffton state of mind is revolving around the river, getting out on the river to see the marsh grass and the waterway, and seeing the differences that make us special, the tide, the mudflats, the marsh grass, the dolphin, everything has a role.
And almost every family that's ever lived here has depended on it, you know, for shrimping crabs and fishing. My family hopefully will still be fishing and crabbing and oystering when I'm gone.
You know, we do have a lot of local farms and we have access to the main river. That makes the culinary scene very exciting and offers a wide array of opportunity to create fabulous recipes.
And when you're eating great food, then you're able to have this open conversation about it. Then you're inquisitive about these things that you're eating that you're not getting anywhere else.
And the South means different races. And so I think that's just a positive, that we have been able to adapt to the changes, to the fast growing changes that has come to the Bluffton area.
And it's a community thing. We help each other.
We care about people because that's where we are. And I think in America, in small towns, it's the way it is.
When we found this area, we wanted to assimilate. We wanted to come here and be part of what Bluffton is, which is neighborly and communal, and you know, and with the reference to the past.
I think it's important for any town, and particularly Bluffton, to have these buildings preserved because it's markers of history.
We do try and keep, you know, the old low country feel, but also understanding that time and technology advances, and so we need to react to that as well. And we can kind of push the limits a little bit, but still keep to our history and our past and use those as guidelines.
To me, this is an artist's haven because you look to the right, left, up, or down, you have water, you have nature, you have history that's preserved.
The arts are what kind of established us as being an area for people to come to.
When you're looking for something, we want to make sure we grasp and keep them, but we want them to know. I'm going to say it like my grandmother used to say in Gullah, that we've been here, y'all for coming here. So that means we're the old ones here, you are the new ones coming in.
Look at the river over a span of 600, hours over a season. Something's going on greater than ourselves. I think the river defines a good deal of that.
So I just wanted to show that. That's one of the videos that we show at the Welcome Center, kind of on a loop throughout the day. We put that together. I'm going to talk about a different set of videos we're doing as well here in a minute. But I just wanted to welcome everybody and talk a little bit about strategic planning while we're here, what the purpose is today. And then I'll turn it over to Bill and Mike here, and Heather will do a little bit of summary of kind of where we've come over the last 2 years with the current strategic plan. And then Bill and Mike will get us started on where we're going to go for the next 2 years and the plan we're going to set going forward. So first of all, I want to thank everybody for being here. We have Mayor and Council here. I know we have people in the public. I see Mayor Williams from Hardyville, former Mayor Solka here. I know we have others from BJWSA, the school board, so thank y'all all for being here. I know, again, we'll be here for the next several hours. So if you need to come and go, as you please, we'll be talking here for the next few hours about a bunch of stuff. And then we'll encourage everybody to be here and be involved. So I'm going to go over a little bit kind of where we are in Bluffton, talk about some of the current initiatives that we have going on, some things that we're working to accomplish, and then we'll lead that into what we've actually accomplished over the last couple of years. And then Bill and Mike will talk about why we do strategic planning and get us kicking off. We're going to do that quickly. I'm planning on talking for about 10-15. Heather's about 10-15 minutes, and then we're going to go because we want to get into the heart of it, which is setting our shared vision for the next 2 years. One of the things I always like to say is why strategic planning is important is we always want to make sure that we have a shared set of goals and values that we are working towards, that we also have a shared plan of direction that directs our staff to make sure that what we're working on is what the community and council wants to see us working towards, that we're preserving the right stuff, that we're putting priorities on the right stuff. And by having that shared vision, we make sure that we are working on what is administratively feasible on our side and what is politically acceptable and directed on your side. And then so with that, we have a vision that tells us what we should be accomplishing. So when we bring you stuff back at the council meetings, we're doing so to check off the items that we're wanting to accomplish to continue to make Bluffton a great community. So a little bit about where Bluffton is. Oops, I keep wanting to press up to go forward, which is not the correct way. So just a little bit, again, this is the town's annual strategic planning. Talked a little bit about that. So normally, and I think for Councilman Burden, her first one last year, we do a kind of a mid-year check-in or mid-cycle check-in, which is what we did last year. This is our cycle where we will actually draft a brand new strategic plan for the next 2 fiscal years. And just a reminder, this is 4 fiscal years. The reason we try to do this now is because we will use the directives that come out of this for the budgeting process that we start the first of the year to make sure that starting July of next year, we're budgeting for the priorities that council wants to see achieved. And then lastly, thank you all for being here today. This is very important. So I'm going to do the welcome and kickoff. Like I said, Heather's going to talk a little bit, the consultants are going to talk, and then we're going to go straight into the discussion of strategic priorities with town council. We do have a working lunch and presentation. We have C.H. Johnson coming in to make a presentation. They presented at workshop last quarter about the feasibility for a performing arts center, so they'll be here to try to update on that. And then at the end of the day, we'll do a summary of strategic plan action items and what's going to go into the strategic plan. Where we are, as y'all know, we're about 35,000 people. We haven't grown much. We did annex a little bit over the last year, but that's where the new hospital is going, so there's a little bit of increase there. Just since 2000, 14,000 or greater % growth in population. Some of the things that we track and keep up with, rent's still high. It's $2,500 on average for a 3-bedroom apartment. Median home value is about $450,000. But I did a presentation to the Realtor Association on Hilton Head a few months ago. And a lot of that's what's in here. That month, when I went out there in July, the average median listing of a home in Bluffton was $525,000. So that gives you an idea of the market that we're working within and some of the restrictions. We talk about this on a regular basis, but I always like to hit it. As you can see, that's where our growth has taken place. The biggest areas are out on the west side where we're seeing the residential growth, Buckwalter's where we're seeing the commercial growth. But we are seeing a lot of commercial growth at New Riverside with New Riverside Village. But you can see overall we're up to 84% build out for residential. And our commercial actually went down by 4% because we annexed in the acreage over there off of Buckwalter where the hospital is going, and it only has commercial development rights. So that actually increased the amount of commercial available rights that are there. So it looks like we actually lost commercial businesses, which we didn't. We just have more to build out now. Some of the big projects we have going on, as just a reminder, we have 2 hospitals that are looking to be constructed. We have the Bluffton Community Medical Campus, which is Buford Memorial, that's building that. We have Novant that's building a medical center as well. They're all right here together on Buckwalter, right in the center of the town. You'll see we have the Buford Memorial Hospital. They're also partnering with MUSC to build another medical facility that will provide MUSC offices. So if you have to drive to Charleston for stuff like cardiologists, neurologists, renal doctors, stuff like that, they'll actually be able to have a place here to have an office. So you won't actually have to drive to Charleston maybe to see every doctor that you have to for now. That one is actually moving pretty fast. I'm not sure if it's in the dry yet or not, but it's pretty close. And then they're also, Novant actually has 2 facilities going in. Right there at the corner of Woodbridge, they're building a standalone emergency department similar to the one that they have at Tidewatch right now. And they're also building a medical center, hospital, that I think is about 3 times larger than the one Buford Memorial's building. So that is going to be our medical center for the southern Beaufort County, is right there on Buckwalter. Which, as we know, is a great need that we have in this region for all of our residents to keep people from having to drive to Savannah, Charleston, even to Hilton Head to have to receive the medical services that they need. Some of the bigger commercial properties we have going on, this is the towns. This is actually what's going on out of Buckwalter. We're in the process. I know several of you came and walked through the new building that we're getting back as part of this economic development project. That's right here, right next to the police department. So, and then we also have our partner over here that's building commercial flex space as part of our economic development partnership to be able to try to give more more space directed towards mixed commercial use, stuff like plumbers, HVAC, service trades that we need within the community that struggles to find space at a reasonable rate. We have Washington Square that's going on at Buckwalter, so if you drive up and down Buckwalter, you know it is a hub of activity for commercial development right now. I think we've gone to a couple ribbon cuttings over here as well with the chamber, so that continues to develop, and they still have lots more space on the northern part over here to continue moving forward with more development. We have New Riverside Village, which is right across from our brand new park that we built. I think we've been to a couple ribbon cuttings over there, including the one that was our first economic development incentive that we gave for the dentist office that also created additional medical space next to it that I think he's got all but one leased out when we were there for the ribbon cutting, so it's moving forward well. So some of the town capital projects, I'm going to highlight these pretty quick because y'all are pretty aware of this. This is really more for any of the public that's here and just to talk about what we're going on. So as always, we have a capital improvement project map. You can go online and track how capital projects are moving forward. Try to put as much information out as we possibly can. Some of the ones that occurred this year that we're proud of is We opened the Welcome Center in February. Lindy sends out, I know with the weekly report, I think we're up to however many 100,000 visitors or so.
We have over 16,000.
Oh, sorry, tens of thousands.
Yeah, 16,000.
Add an extra zero, I apologize. All the numbers are together, apologize. Yeah, so we're up to 16,000 visitors in about the first 9 months, 8 months that it's been open, so it's been well received. We just put our first piece of public art out in front of it, the Bluffton Pearl, and ribbon cut that, I think, 2 weeks ago. So, and we're continuing to look at ways to leverage that space. I know we did some historical education workshops out there with town staff, and looking at other things and events that we can do as part of the Welcome Center. Splash Pad, technically we opened it last November, but I think it was only open for about 2 weeks. This is our first full season of it. Still learning. There's some things that we're going to have to do when it's shut down over the winter this year, because you think you can plan something to be strong enough to withhold kids until you put a bunch of kids on it, and then you find out very quickly they are pretty ingenious at figuring out how things aren't supposed to work, but they should. So, so we're going to have to work on some stuff out there to make sure that it's ready for next season. This is our new Riverside Park. As you know, the park has been open, has been a huge success. I think anytime you drive by there, there's a line and people willing to fight over the zip line, or the 4-foot hill in the middle of it. I think it's the tallest hill in Bluffton, and every kid wants to be the king of the hill out there, so it's always well packed. The barn, if you haven't seen the videos or seen the progress of it, it is beautiful. It's going to be an amazing asset. We are actually breaking it in here in about 2 weeks. The town is having our holiday celebration at the barn. We'll be the first ones to give it the go through and make sure that everything's working. And beginning February 1st of next year, it will be available for the public to use. And Lindy, I think it's booking up pretty quick, isn't it?
We're almost up to like almost 40 reservations now.
Yeah. Weddings, retirements. I think we have 2 proms. So it was definitely a needed space. It's been booked up very quickly, so we're excited to see it open it up to the public to allow them to get into it and see its benefits. There's just a couple more pictures of the playground, and then that's some interior pictures of the barn, the kitchen, and some of the spaces that are available for rent. Lastly, we're also working to improve New Riverside Linear Trail. We will be surfacing that to make it ADA accessible and looking at ways to continue. When it's done, it will actually tie in here at Heritage at New Riverside. It will tie in at Four Seasons, and we're looking at a potential to tie it in to Cypress Ridge in the back there, so that our citizens have access to a multi-purpose path and can access it. And then eventually the goal is to bring it all the way out and tie it into the multi-purpose paths out on 170. That's going to be a little tougher, a little more expensive project, because there's a whole lot more wetlands on that side. So it's going to be a lot of elevated walkways, so that one's going to take a little bit of time and money to get there, but that's the ultimate goal in the end. Some of the upcoming projects, we're getting ready to start the streetscape project on Pritchard Street. Council awarded that a couple months ago. I signed the contract this week, and we'll be sending out notice to the residents and starting that one pretty soon. Following that, we're going to be staggering, going down to do streetscape projects. We're trying to limit it to only one major road that's going to be impacted at a time, so we don't impact the residents or businesses too harshly. We'll be doing Bridge Street Phase 2 and Pritchard Street kind of simultaneously, and then we'll move to Boundary Street, and then lastly Calhoun Street. And the goal is that we'll do Boundary next fiscal year, and Calhoun the following fiscal year. And then when that's done, for those that don't know, the town only owns about 14 roads inside the town. We'll have done streetscapes on probably about a third, or going close to about a third or half of the roads that we own inside the town will be newly streetscaped within Old Town. So one of the things I want to talk about is, and I went over this because the Chamber of Commerce did, not Chamber, the Hilton Head, Bluffton, Greater Hilton Head Realtors did a survey. Well, the town does a survey every 2 years to see where our residents are, what their priorities are, how we're doing, what we need to be looking at. and we take this survey seriously, just like we do one for our employees, we do one for the community. We want to make sure that we're gauging where everybody is and that we're working to address concerns that the community has. Wanted to kind of go over some of these as we go into strategic planning, just to talk about what some of the concerns were and some of the initiatives that we've already undertaken to get there. So I know Pobronsky presented this to council, but I just wanted to hit, when we ask what is some of the biggest issues, it's growth. We know that. Again, there's nothing that's going to be in here that everybody doesn't already know, but it is overpopulation, controlling growth and development. Since we do this on a regular basis, we're able to go back and show how that's changed over time. And it's just those two major issues, traffic and growth, have only become a bigger impact for our residents. We go and we say, what is a serious problem for Bluffton residents? 3-4 years ago, it was affordable housing. Now it's all streets. Streets, development, protecting open space, affordable housing, and it actually dropped down to number 5. So again, things that we know we're already hearing from citizens. What are we doing to address traffic? What are we addressing to control development and protect open space? So we asked, 66% said they were unsatisfied with the town, how the town manages growth and development. You can see 3.5 years ago when we did the survey, it was almost 56% were happy. A lot went to unsatisfied. And more than likely what that is people move in, they've lived here for those 3 years, and they've seen more growth since they've moved here, and we've all heard, I've been here for 2 years, why can't you stop the growth? These, I think, are the people that are unhappy with this. 70% said there's too much development in Bluffton. You can see that went up from 45% to 70%. It went up 25% over that time period. And you can see that those that said just about the right amount, the gray bar, went down about that much. So we can say those that was like, hey, a couple years ago it was just the right amount, now it's too much. 50% said there's too much residential development. You can see that almost doubled over that same time period. Again, just the right amount went down about proportionately. 50% says there's just about the right amount of commercial. So we're starting to see more commercial development. The residential, I'd assume 4 years from now, 3 years from now, when we do the survey again, you'll probably see there's too much commercial development going on. But you can kind of see that just as we track it. Yet, over 82% of our population rates the quality of life as good or excellent inside the town of Bluffton. So as much as there's too much growth, there's too much traffic, 8 out of 10 of our residents say that the quality of life here is excellent. Only 1.6% say poor. So even with all of that going on, with everything that we do, we keep the quality of life high within our, and you can see with all of that we saw, it actually increased by almost 17%. It went from 65% 3 years ago to 82% this last survey. Yes, sir.
Stephen, how many people does this survey, how many people fill this out?
I think it was 680 or so, which is about the same number that the Hilton Head Chamber did for the whole county. So, and that gives us our standard deviation within where I think it's like plus or minus 3% of the survey results.
How do y'all send it out? Is it?
We did letters, they do phone calls, text, and if I can resend this out to y'all. If you go to the end, it actually tells you the percent breakdown of how they got all the results and everything, the breakdown. But most of it, I think, comes from in-person phone calls. And then the next one was text messages. But they'll also send people who are interested links, and they can go online and actually fill it out that way as well. And it only is, they geo-fence it, so it's only to residents within the town limits. So they don't include the donut holes, they focus, and they spread it out throughout the town for good coverage.
Stephen, you can help me here. I've often wondered about the number that the mayor just asked about, but again, from what my understanding is, nationally, even when they do political polls, it's like 2,000. It could be for a larger spectrum. So I think the numbers bear out pretty much to your point.
The example I love is the one actually David gave, whenever we talked about this, I'm pointing at Paul because David works in DRCI. But David, you know, he used the example of a pot of chili. The town is a pot of chili. It's made up of everything that's in there. If I take my ladle and I stick it in, and I take out my ladle of chili and put it in my bowl, I've got a very good example of that pot of chili. Now, it may have 20% less beans than if I take another scoop, but it's still plus or minus 3% if I was to take of what's in that pot of chili. So you can get a very good sample of a big population by taking a very good sample of what's out there and making sure that it meets what you need and get your standard deviation down to a good point.
As long as you go all the way to the bottom.
That's right. As long as you stir it up real good. And
Yeah. You skim off the top, you get a whole different picture.
That's right. So, but based on the results that we saw here, I think they got a pretty accurate representation of what we hear from residents every day, all day, which is there's too much growth, too much traffic. We love it here. Fix these issues. And I think that's exactly what we saw in our survey. Yes, sir.
Can you go back to this last screen? With the complaints of too much growth and too much traffic, but the town is doing excellent as a songwriter.
Same people.
I'll put it to you this way. It doesn't matter how good life's going. If you stump your toe, you're going to say that you had a bad day. If something happens throughout the day, it doesn't mean you can't. What we hear from people when they talk to the town is they love the natural resources, they love the community, they love the services we provide, they love the events that we do. But if we could just fix traffic, doesn't mean that it's not a great community. It just means that when they drive somewhere, because they have to drive to go to a doctor's appointment someplace that they wouldn't have to in the future, it takes them too long, or it's bumper to bumper, or when schools are getting in. Overall, they rate the quality of life here as good.
I'd like to add to that.
Yes, sir.
I think they love being here, but I think we have to be prepared to address these concerns because they are everyday concerns. They're not just
yes, sir.
When you go to the doctor, that's when you go
Anywhere. 100%. And that's why, as preparation for us getting ready to go into the plan and what we want to do for the next 2 years, that just pointing out, again, with the survey, what we know and have heard is what we are going to be looking to try to figure out how to address as we get into the strategic plan items here shortly.
And I will bring this up. I don't know, Fred, if you were there or not. I was at a meeting a couple of years ago with a community, and 50% of the people that spoke, and quite a large number spoke, said that the traffic is horrendous. It's bumper to bumper. It takes forever for them to get anywhere. And out of the same neighborhood, the other 50% of them said that we need better police protection because everybody's driving like wild Indians, driving 80 miles an hour. I heard that with my own ears, and that's the gospel. So, you know, that's the same neighborhood, the same opinion. So
It's either a racetrack or it's
yeah, bumper to bumper or a racetrack.
How do you fix that?
So
I'm still thinking.
So as we get into the strategic planning portion of it, some of the things that we've worked towards based on the survey results that came out, citizen education. That's always an important thing. We asked the question, and only 53% were unaware that the town is at 80% of maximum residential build out. So we were like, hey, we're not getting that information out. People still think that it's uncontrolled growth when we all know that 92% of our town are in planned developments that are controlled and restricted and are going to cap out. So we were like, we need to educate, because the more people come in, they turn over every day, the more we need to continue to educate to make sure they're aware of the community that they're moving within. So we did the resident resource guide. We sent that to every resident within the town. We wanted to make sure that it reached every person in the town limit, so everybody got one in the mail. We're working with the realtor so that when they sell a home, they give it to a new resident. We're working with the chamber, anybody who wants to have copies to take it to events, we take it to events. When we go do mobile town halls, we'll take it with us and give out so people have it. The goal is for people to understand the community they're moving into, how the services are provided, who they need to contact, what we can and can't do, and to try to just make sure that, you know, they get the facts of how things operate versus reaching out on Facebook and saying, does anybody know who I need to call? They have this. The goal is for this to be evergreen. If they ever have a question, it's got the number, it's got contacts of who they need to reach out to. Outside of that, we're working on video series that are starting to roll out, and these are all on our YouTube page, and they'll eventually start rolling out through social media now to talk about.
Bluffton runs on a council manager system.
Parts of it.
Think of our town council as the board of directors and the town manager as the CEO. The council is comprised of the mayor and 4 council members who are elected to serve the entire community. They set policies and priorities. Town manager and staff handle day-to-day operations. Council members serve staggered 4-year terms, with elections every November of odd number of years. They earn a modest salary for meeting time. Town manager is the full-time professional. Beaufort County oversees voter registration and polling. So remember to register with the county board and verify your polling place before each election.
I'm going to show one more. They're only about 50 seconds apiece. We try to keep them specific to individual topics. Let's go back and see if we'll reload over here. Let's go back. We'll keep going. So that one was talking about streets. Who do you call? Who maintains the streets? Who do you call? It tells you when to call DOT, when to call the county, when to call the town, and about private roads. Who maintains private roads? Again, so the goal is to have little educational videos that people can go on our website, and if they're like, who do I need to call about roads? There's a little 50-second video to tell them about how roads are managed and who to contact. So trying to make sure that we're putting out as much education and to our citizens as possible on how the governments in this area work. Other thing that we've done is environmental protection. So I'll go back to this. This is where they talk about traffic. But again, protecting open space, water quality, and then was one of the top 3. It also increased by almost double over the last 3 years. So you can see that here where 64% went down, about 15%, or about 10% on how satisfied they are and how we maintain rivers and streams. So what did the town do? We've done several things. Y'all have adopted several policies and ordinances, one of which being the new wetland buffer ordinance that we were the first in the state to adopt to provide a 50-foot buffer around all wetlands, including freshwater inland wetlands where it's lost protection by the Supreme Court decision. Y'all have done other things before as well, and it's again pushing this information out so residents are aware of it, which is you've done a tree mitigation ordinance, the SoLoco stormwater standards that are now more strict than they were previously. You adopt ordinances on phase clearing of trees. We just recently were completing studies to how we can address this matter. We just did a May River baseline assessment update for the first time in, it was 20 years, Bill? Yeah, 20 years. We are modeling Hayward Cove. We're getting ready to model Rose Dew. We're finishing up Crooked Cove. So the goal of that is to look at ways that we continue to improve the protection of not just the river, but other natural resources within the community. The other thing y'all have done to help with that, we asked, do you support using funds to purchase development rights or land to preserve green space? 90% of our community said yes. So we've worked on that. We bought a piece of property, 140 Buck Island Road, which will become a park for the community, and that stopped development of townhomes on that property. We're working for all these properties here. We've purchased the Mooney Tract here, we're working through these two green penny here. The council has approved them. Y'all will have the second reading for the covenants, and we'll close on that in November. This one, we have an application in for the green penny right now to buy and preserve it, and we're anticipating it'll complete that process probably sometime after, I guess it's probably around February or March, that it will come to council for the adoption of covenants and then the close on that one. So ultimately, when that's done and we'll have all of this under control, and then we were under contract with the school district to try to purchase all that in Willow Run. That did not bear fruit, so we are continuing to have look at alternatives and options for that. But the goal of that is, these are some of the last large tracts within Bluffton, is to get those under control and to preserve them for future generations. So with that being said, just kind of wanted to go through some of that, and then now I turn it over. I think we go to consultants next, or we go to you? Yeah, to Heather. To y'all. So I'll let Bill and Mike go, and if y'all have any questions as we go throughout y'all's meeting, please feel free to stop and let us know.
There we go. Good morning. Good morning. That was energetic, wasn't it?
It was.
Don't make us worse.
Yeah, so you guys get to see this part of me as I address the council. Thank you for bringing us back. I had the pleasure of talking with Terry before we began, and we think yesterday we figured out we may have been here for 10 years. We think now, pretty close to that. I know Mike and I very much enjoy coming back to Bluffton. To have seen what has gone on in the community for the last 10 years has been pretty exciting, from what's been improved, what's been developed, just the growth, the wonderful staff. So we thank you for that. So we are going to be fairly brief about what we're doing. Some of this is for Councilmember Burden's benefit. Some of it is for the public, but then we'll get through it. And then we'll get on to what we're really here for, is talk about the work. So we've already had kind of our opening remarks. Quick about the BridgeGroup for those that do not remember. Mike and I started this when we were part of the Mercer Group, which was a large national consulting firm headed by Jim Mercer, who had been in the one of the original management consultants for local government. Jim passed away in 2018, so everybody then kind of separated, went into our own small groups. We are part of what we call the Mercer Group Associates, so some of us stayed together, but we each have our own little group. So Mike is the president and CEO of BridgeGroup, but we are still nationally consulting. So that part hasn't changed. Only our name has. I'm going to turn this over to give Mike, if you want to just bend your microphone back. Mike will do a quick intro on himself, and then I'll fill in from there.
Appreciate it, Bill. Appreciate it. Appreciate being here, Mayor and Council, and being invited back, as Bill has mentioned. As you know, I'm not going to belabor this. My background is primarily city management. I also teach at the University of Arizona Public Administration, so I'm training future city managers and county managers. That's pretty exciting. I also teach a course in strategic planning. So one of the things that I tell my students is that for Stephen, for county or city managers to be effective, for councils to be effective, it's essential to have a strategic plan. Really, really happy with the fact that Bluffton has had this plan for over 10 years, and to see the accomplishment. So it's really great to be back. Thank you.
Awesome. So the other side of this dynamic duo is me. I am the now former elected, I get to say former elected. I served my full 3 terms, which we have term limits in my community. My final term ended on December 31st of 24, so I am essentially a free man. for at least a little while, but my background is also in local government. So as a staff member, as a department head, having worked in local government and having worked with strategic plans, Mike and I have known one another for almost 30 years. So we decided back in 2011, to start this consulting work. So we have been working on really streamlining the strategic planning process for the benefit of council and for the benefit of the staff, which ultimately benefits the community. When the staff and the council are working and well together, the community benefits. And I think we see that kind of across the board. So that's really what we're looking at. Stephen's done a really good job of the overview of what we're going to accomplish today. So we're going to really get more into the work. But our strategic planning process is very unique in that we focus on actually achieving things, not dreaming about them, not wishing for them, but it's really about what can we get done. And we do that within a framework of strategic focus, which then allows us all to say, okay, we know where we want to go. Now let's talk about getting things done. And that's really the difference between the process that we have created and the process, if you've been in strategic planning or have been had it thrust upon you, if you will, back in the day, it was more about dreaming. The first thing a consultant would say is, okay, let's imagine if money were no object. Well, I don't know when in your lifetime money has never been an object. Let's dream big. Those are great, but we sometimes never achieve our dreams. And it's very stereotypical, but every little girl wants to be a princess and every little boy wants to be an astronaut. And I don't know very many princesses or astronauts. At least that's what happened when I was a kid. So let's not focus on that. So we really start talking about let's get things done. So strategic planning is really important from this perspective, is we have to maintain a balance between what we can financially afford and what we can actually accomplish or what time will allow. We can't do all the strategic things and forget about the day-to-day operations. We also can't do things that we can't afford. So it really becomes a very delicate balance. And that we spent time yesterday doing this exact thing with the staff. We had really good discussions about, can you actually get this done? Can you do this in the next fiscal year, or should it wait to the second fiscal year, FY28? So we had really good discussions about trying to maintain that balance. So when you see the project timeline that we're going to suggest, know that we put a little bit of effort into that, but if you really feel that, hey, this needs to be moved up, then think about what can we push back so that we try to maintain that balance. We all instinctively want everything done tomorrow, but I think we all know we can't do it all tomorrow. And that's really what we try to emphasize. The other piece of that is it's about direction. So we saw in the video that the manager is the CEO and you are the board of directors, and you provide the direction for the organization, and that's great. But imagine he's a bus driver and you're all passengers on that bus, and each one of you is yelling something different. One saying faster, one saying slower, one saying right, one saying left, and another is just kind of sitting on the bus saying, I'm just here for the ride. And that's okay. But how does the driver drive that bus with conflicting directions? A strategic plan provides that direction. And that's really, really important. And that's what helps keep everybody on the same page. And I think that's one of the things that we have looked at over the last 10 years, and we've seen really the success that Bluffton has had is, I think, been in great part because there has been that unity of the direction and then the action by the staff. And you've seen that over time. I was listening to the presentation, and I was kind of smiling internally, thinking, well, these are the same challenges that the community has talked about, growth and traffic, and it seems to be just consistent. And it's true. Well, the community that I'm in, when I moved out there in 2001, we were 18,000 people. Today we're 120,000. When I got onto council, we were 52,000. And when I left, we were 115,000. So I know a little bit about growth and its effect, but the irony is the folks that are complaining about the building that is happening in our Sonoran Desert Mountain area are the ones who are saying, you have to stop the growth, this is insane. You're tearing up the desert. And then you look to see where they live, and they live in the newest subdivision that was built in that same desert. So it doesn't matter whether they're building in the desert or we're building here in the wooded areas. I think as human beings, that becomes our way forward. So we try to provide some really good direction to the manager with this. The other thing to remind kind of everybody about is this level 6 governance concept, which is the staff will function at the level in which you are most focused at. So if the council is most focused on the day-to-day operations, staff will never elevate themselves because they're going to be chasing after all of that. Constituent response, that's just part of the game. That's what we do. That's why we exist, is to respond to our residents. But residents aren't strategic. They're about fill my need now. Council has a legal obligation, that's level 3. You have a legal obligation to function and provide, pass ordinances, et cetera. So we really try to bring the organization up to that level 4, which is, all right, let's start thinking strategically. Let's look forward. Let's not be reactive. Let's start to be a little proactive. And that's really what level 4 is at. Level 5 are those governance expectations, which kind of go across the board, which is similar expectations to that are shared among the elected officials and the senior leadership. And then level 6 is that really that organizational excellence. We measure that with either Baldrige surveys or McKinsey or any of the others that are out there. Gallup Q12 does another one. And those are really high level. We know that the employees are engaged at a certain degree. And that really becomes the pinnacle of where we're at. And I don't mean, I'm not calling Emily out. Did we pass out the workbooks?
Should be in the front cover.
Might be slid in your front cover. So I see you taking pictures and whatnot. Nope.
It's a blue paper packet.
It's a paper packet. It's that. Anyway, all of this is in that thing. I'm not seeing it in anyone's folder, so it may not be.
Carries on if you need one.
The staff can print them. We want to make sure that you guys had them. So,
Thank you. I think.
and really keep us moving forward and trying to help us be proactive. So we have the strategic focus areas, which give us it gives us this is what we'll do, or we will always statement. That's your strategic focus area. And then under that are the guiding principles, the things that, and this is how we'll do it statements. So you've got multiple focus areas. I'm going to skip forward. You've got multiple focus areas, and then I'm going to go back, so don't get distracted by me, that really bring your plan to life, that guides the decisions that the staff makes day in and day out. We had a really good discussion yesterday about sometimes it's difficult to figure out what focus area this project belongs in, and what it could be multiple ones. And And the conversation that we had was, that's a really good sign that that particular project is very meaningful to the community. When it fits in multiple focus areas, that's a good thing. If it falls into a focus area and multiple guiding principles are associated with it, that's a really good thing. That means the project is really, really important. If you struggle to figure out where does this belong, we want to do X, we don't really know where it belongs, then you should really start to question whether this is something that you want to do or not. And that's how this should really be used as a filter for those decisions. And the example that I used yesterday is I had done a strategic plan for a church. And they were trying to decide whether to do a program called, I'm doing it again. It's called Memory Cafe, and I apologize, but every single time I say it, I forget what it's called. But it's Memory Cafe, and it's about helping those that either have memory issues or are caring for those with memory issues. And they were trying to decide what kind of a program this was and what focus area it is. And I had explained to the pastor, look, if it is falling into all of these different focus areas, that means it's something that as a church with your limited resources, you should probably want to do that. If it was something that you weren't really sure and you thought maybe it was this and it was kind of a stretch, with all of the resources that you have, if it's a singular item and it only touches one guiding principle, and you've got another one that touches 3 focus areas and multiple guiding principles, and you have to choose between those 2 projects, then that's the one to choose. And that's how we use this as a really good tool to kind of move us forward. So with that, we're gonna turn it over to Heather. She's gonna talk about what is currently happening in the plan, and then we're gonna talk about how did we come up with the projects that we have, and then we're actually gonna do the work. So. Are you standing? Are you going to the podium?
Well, I'll try to stand right here, but.
You're going to want that.
This one, all right.
Just hit your presentation. One of the most entertaining things is watching somebody who doesn't normally use a trackpad use a trackpad. I have that joy at home. My wife used to accompany us on these journeys to do this kind of work. And actually the mayor, when she first came out, and we introduced Lisa, he said, "Oh, this is going to be fun. I wonder how long this is going to last," is what he said. And I mentioned yesterday that my wife is not here for those very reasons. So, you going to stand over there?
Okay, well, going last with the presentations, this will be a lot shorter because Stephen already talked about a lot of the projects he talked about are strategic action items in the current strategic plan. And Bill also went through why we're doing this and what exactly it is. So how did we get here? Lots of jokes about why the chicken crossed the road today. Why are we here today? And yes, AI helped me with this. We're not winging this. Like, we're not rogue. We're not just kind of guessing how do we meet these principles and these guiding principles. We want a plan. And in all seriousness, this is not the day-to-day, but the big picture. So what you will start to see in the strategic plan is less quantity of items. That doesn't mean we're not working on a lot of stuff and big issues. It just means that things that initially were strategic in nature, such as the Public Art Committee, food trucks, mobile vending, short-term rentals, initially they started out as strategic. How are we going to address them? What's the standard operating procedures? What do we do? But once that's done, that's part of our day-to-day. We continue to do that. If we need to tweak it and revisit it in a future strategic plan, we will, but you won't see that continue throughout additional plans. These remain our focus areas. The surveys that were done, we did not see anything that really stood out to change. So this year, staff is not proposing any revisions to the 7 focus areas, but certainly it's always up for discussion. On the town's website, there is a link to the strategic plan. This is where we are right now. 70% of the items are complete. Keep in mind that this does go through the fiscal year, so we're not behind. We're still working on things. This goes through the budget year, so June 30th. So again, this is clickable right on the front website. A button to the left. I'm not going to go through all of that because it's there for everyone to see, but you can kind of see where we're on track. So the public, council, staff, what are we doing? So this is all out there. I'm not going to go through everything, but did want to highlight some things that we're working on. Affordable housing, public-private partnerships. Continue to work on it. We have expanded that, working with Beaufort Memorial on some multifamily units, as well as Goethe Road. There's 3 units that are currently under construction that utilized our density incentives. Also, the Neighborhood Assistance Program. This you will continue to see in the plan. This is something that continues to evolve and strengthen. We're continuing to collaborate with other groups to maximize those dollars, such as Save the Shutters, the affordable, other regional groups, to maximize what we can do to help current homeowners stay in their home and make sure that it's safe and dry. Quality of life, went through a lot of these. Stephen did during his presentation, but these are some things that have been in the plan. Policy improvements. We called it Dirt to Home. I don't expect you to read it, but you'll see there's the chart on the top. Went through a process where staff from all different departments brought in some citizens on what can we tweak? Is there overlap of services and information requested? And how can we make that more efficient to get through the process? So some things were identified, and we've started to put those in place. Additional state markers for historic sites. First Zion Missionary Baptist Church celebrated that, worked with them to get that known, to get that sign out there. Squire Pope Carriage House and our Welcome Center, Stephen talked about. You forget how that building looked before we opened the Welcome Center. So that's a reminder, and it's hard to believe that that's what it looked like, just a little over a year ago. Development and economic growth is another one of the focus areas. The Economic Development Incentive Ordinance that Council approved. 9 grants have been awarded for a variety of medical, flex use, affordable housing. We even have a corporate headquarters. That investment is a little bit over $56 million. Total jobs, 161 anticipated, with an average salary of almost $70,000. This is a reimbursable-based grant, as you know, so as they spend these dollars, we will monitor and reimburse that. So it seems to be working so far, so I think that's good. And again, if y'all have any questions, all of the experts of these items are here in this room if you had questions, or we're available anytime. Fiscal sustainability, another one of the focus areas. Digital budget book, facility rental fees that we reviewed, made sure those were appropriate for what was being used, approved by council as part of the budget process. The barn park facility rental policy. I believe maybe last year, the year before, we asked y'all, how should we operate this? Is this a staff-driven operation? Is this something that we're going to work with an outside agency or consultant? Like how are we going to use this and put that in place? You provided direction to us, and Lindy has taken that on with her group. As she said, it sounds like we have already 40 rentals for that. So excited to check out the run-through at Thanksgiving.
Heather.
Yes, sir.
On the economic development incentives that you just touched on the prior slide, for those who don't know, in the community, we have tackled some of the early child care facilities, and so we've had some success economically through that process with two different businesses.
Yes, there's two child care centers that have been approved to receive some funds. Moving forward through infrastructure, again, a lot of these projects we talked about, splash pads, continue to improve our public spaces and our parks, adjusting accordingly, splash pad, the New River linear trail, and then other things, drainage improvement studies, as well as cybersecurity, an AI policy. Like I said, I used AI to just type in, hey, what's strategic planning, and came up with that. But again, making sure we follow that AI policy. So again, that was strategic initially, but you won't see that same initiative over and over. We've drafted the policy, but now what next? So yes, there will still probably be a presence of AI and what's that strategic initiative, but we've established that initial start through. Also, technology used to prevent and solve crimes, the flock cameras. Again, something that was strategic in nature. How are we going to address this? It was addressed in the strategic plan as an action item. Then there was the budgetary approval to move forward with that, and that has moved forward with the CIP project. And again, if you really drill down in the strategic plan online, you can get the information for the details of that item. So we try to put as much information out there without doing information overload, but how many crimes have been solved, for example? What's the success? So the why, the how, and what the results were. May River and the surrounding rivers and watersheds continues to be a priority of the community and council. So that, again, is one of our focus areas. Comprehensive drainage plans. We're continuing to work through the watersheds in the town. And you'll see sometimes, depending on the situation where the development and we see flooding issues and stormwater issues, we may have to adjust. And there was one adjustment as far as moving through the old town, the historic district, and then kind of taking a turn and going towards where we saw more flooding, near like the farm, for example. And now we're moving into resiliency. The watershed staff, they've been working really well with partners, with universities, as well as others, to really address this as soon, earlier rather than later. And you'll see later this afternoon some action agenda items. Town organization talked about the community survey. We're going to continue to try to do that on a regular basis so that we make sure we're aligned with what the community is requesting, and then with town council, as well as the continued employee development and training and wellness and recognition. One thing you will see that is a new feature that I believe is, from what I understand, has been very well received is Beaufort Memorial is coming to us and coming to Town Hall as well as the police department for some things that maybe you just can't get out of the office for, some shots, immunizations, just again to try to help the staff as well, to stay healthy and to be able to take advantage of the benefits we have. So upcoming initiatives, this is what we've done, we're working on, we'll continue to work on for the next 6 months. So what are we going to do next? And Bill and Mike will help us go through what those initiatives are, but I will say staff listens to council. We keep a list of what we've heard from you all as far as what we need to work on, what we need to expand on, what we can do better. So we've started that. Want to hear from you all. Are we still in line? Do we need to adjust that? How do we need to move forward? Some things that if you go into that strategic plan, you may see we haven't started yet. Doesn't mean it's off our radar, we're not working on it. But for example, the Old Town Master Plan Review. In the strategic action plan, there was an item that addressed neighborhood plans. We worked and revised the Buck Island Simmonsville neighborhood plan. That has been complete. Next steps of that will be implementation. The next plan that staff is prepared to move forward with is just a revisit of the Old Town Master Plan. Not to say we need to redo it, but let's pull it out. Is it still applicable? Are there items that need to change? It's 20 years old. Does it need to be adjusted? Yes, no, maybe, a little bit. So that is an item in the current plan that we plan on continuing to move forward with it unless there's other direction. Master Park Pathway Plan, that is actually, we're starting to work on the planning process of that, and that has been budgeted to move forward with. So again, if there's specific details or direction or more input, but that is something that we anticipate moving forward with the planning process this year. This one I wanted to throw out there that they're not all huge items or big plans and undertakings. Baileyville expansion is something that was in the current plan. That is something that the town did adopt locally. That is, just to remind everyone, what that is basically a freeze on rehabilitation and renovation of historic properties prior to the remodel. So your tax are assessed, the assessment is frozen in time before the renovation. So for example, if that Squire Pope house was privately owned before the renovations, that assessed value is going to be much lower than post renovations. So basically the local taxes, town property taxes, are frozen for a period of time. That in the strategic plan, you all had asked us about 2 years ago. Let's try to see if we can expand that to the county and others. Not sure how receptive that is, but that is still in the plan. So is that something that you want staff to continue to work on or educate, or is there anything more to do on that? Capital Improvement Master Plan, this is also in there, and we'll continue to talk about that and move forward with. Just our capital improvement plans, how does that implicate budgets, things like that. So I didn't want to just gloss over all these, just wanted to let you know that when you do dig down, like I said, 70% of those action items have been complete. Some have not, but we're continuing to work on them. And today is the day too. If there's something you want us to adjust, if there's something that needs to be expanded on, maybe it's no longer applicable, or there's other priorities, like Bill said, that you'd like us to focus on for the next 2 years, we can certainly adjust. That, like I said, that's where we are right now and where we expect to continue to work forward for the next 6 months. And
While he brings his presentation up, I'll just point out as a housekeeping, restrooms are that way, there's coffee, there's snacks. Everybody is welcome. Please get a cup of coffee, get some fruit, get some pastries if you want. Feel free to get up and move around as you need to. So you're not frozen in place, so feel free.
Okay, we've got just a few minutes of this, and then we'll take a break before we get into the work. Just a real of what is in the strategic plan from the action perspective is the focus areas and the guiding principles. I talked about that earlier. Those are the evergreen components of the plan. So what is What's not included in there are operational and routine items, so we don't want to drag that stuff forward. Won't see, as Heather pointed out, some of those items that they now have operationalized that are part of the day-to-day work. The other thing are budget allocations. If it's a one-time project or, hey, you want me to have a mic, huh? I made such a big deal about having it. So what is, the other thing not included in there are budget allocations, so something that is in the budget that is intended to be done within a single fiscal year. So what is in the budget for 2026 and yet to be finished, that is not included in this list as well. Vague aspirations, that's that dreamy, I don't know what this is, I can't define it, then it's hard to put in there. So we want to leave those vague aspirations out unless we're able to really kind of pin down what they look like. So yesterday we used what we consider this clear the whiteboard kind of thing, which is what's on your to-do list. And we looked to the staff and we said, all right, what have you heard? What have you heard council say? What do we know council wants? What is on your list of things that you think we need to do? That's that kind of proverbial throw it all on the wall and let's figure out where we're at. That was the start of where we were. We got a lot of feedback from the staff about projects that they were looking at, both from that perspective and from what they have heard from council over the last 12 months or so. Then we started with the, based on Simon Sink, Sinek, he's a leadership and organizational, I'm going to call him a mastermind right now, but he has a concept of start with why. Why are we doing this? We're not going to focus on what we're doing or how we're going to do it. That's the details for later, but we really need to talk about why. Why is this important to do? We look at resident survey results, you look at needs right now, those are the whys, and that's what we really wanted to focus on. Staff does a really good job of trying to stay at that level, but they also, because they work in the details day to day, we spent a little bit of time yesterday talking about how we're going to do things. And we constantly had to pull the staff out of that conversation and say, is this a good project? We're going to do the same with you today. This is not the only time you're going to see these, so when we give you a project, we're going to say, is this worth pursuing? And if the answer collectively is yes, then we're going to pursue it. But let's not talk about how we're going to pursue it. That's not today's not the right day for that. And staff then has to have the time to kind of flesh it out. And you'll see these again. So today is the rough draft. And then you'll see that rough draft, you'll get a chance to massage it a little bit more, and then you'll see it again for a final adoption before they move forward. So this is not your first bite at the apple today. So today is the introductory. We're going to show you a red apple or a green apple. You get to pick one, and we'll move from there. And then we're going to talk about what we're doing next. So we're going to go ahead and take a break, and we're going to switch over to our project chart. One thing I do want to point out before we get started with the project chart, tab 4 of your binder has multiple single pages of projects that are currently in the pipeline. Some of those are duplicate to what you will see on the screen today, and some are not. Please know that those will then be merged with what we do today, and you will see a final list. So if you are one of those folks that like to flip through it, don't freak out that, hey, this isn't on your list, Bill. Know that list of things that are there are going to merge with what we're doing today. and we're gonna move forward. So if you hear someone say, oh, that's on the list already, then it's in tab 4. So you don't have to worry about following through tab 4 page by page. Just know that that and the list that we work on today are gonna be merged. They just came from 2 different sources, and they were almost impossible to try to get put together in the work that we did yesterday. So those 2 things are there. So with that, let's take 10 or 15 minutes, let's try to get back, and then we're gonna, let's do 10, and we'll go from there.
This is the,
And you're just trying to take over my stuff too.
I don't even know what I did. Oh, there's mine.
that was an IQ test, how to turn the mic on. Mayor and Council, we are now going to get into the projects. I kind of want to start off by reiterating what Bill mentioned at the end is we are going to, great to ask questions about the why. Why are we doing this, and the making sure that you're comfortable ultimately with approving these projects. But to get into the how, we could be here all day. So if I start hearing how, because I'm facilitating this section, then I'm going to say how, and you guys will probably get tired of that. We'll to kind of keep things in line. The other thing that we want to talk a little bit about is, before we get into the projects, is we've developed this, what we call lead, partner, and support approach. And a lot of, this is in your workbook, but a lot of communities, especially at a political level in the community, is determining where are we at. What times should we lead a project? What time should we partner with somebody for it? And what time should we support a particular project? And so we've created a matrix that provides criteria for when should you lead a project. If it's in your wheelhouse, and a lot of cities, whatever your bandwidth or your size. I mean, it can be from a 6,000 community, the population you're at, to the community that I managed before I retired at over 500,000. You still have this issue of what are we best positioned to do? Where do we make sure that we stay within our wheelhouse of what our major function is as a city? And if you've got people in the community that can do things better, and are capable of doing it, then partner with them. And so I'm not going to sort of read through these, but these are the categories. Lead is if you have the internal skills to do it, if the public expects us to lead, if it's significant risk if we don't lead, and then a partner, you find out in the community that they're partners that have strength, there's shared ownership because they already have the ability to do it, moderate investment, and so forth, and then on the support side. So while we're looking at some of these projects, in some cases, it may be, yes, we're going to, in probably 90%, 95% of these projects, probably good to lead, but there may be some areas where you may want to consider that you've got good partners in the community and let those partners take a lead on this with you, okay? Okay, Bill, we can move into the... So the first area we're going to look at, we've got 6 focus areas we're going to go through. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to position myself on this. So we've got 6 focus areas we're going to go through. We're going to start with the affordable housing focus area. And the first item that we've got is an item that from the council on looking at a position for affordable housing, a position that would be designated in the city as a responsibility to focus on affordable housing. I know staff is currently doing that, but this was an item that we got from the staff to at least have a discussion on this morning with the council. So I'll turn it back to the council on this for any questions regarding or statements. Yes, ma'am. Council member.
Thank you. Not more so questions, I think statement in the sense of educating our public in terms of affordable housing. People hear the term and they automatically think it's a designated amount that those who are in need qualify for, and it's not. I think the main issue we're seeing is that as our AMI continues to increase, that concept of affordability in terms of what homes are being built at continue to box out the people who actually need the housing. And so affordability for the right income is always going to be affordable. Palmetto Bluff is affordable for those who can go there, but our average worker, and knowing that our biggest base is hospitality, education, and I think the medical field, many times find themselves left out of that. When the recent MIT report and the recent poverty report says that an average person a single person living in Beaufort County needs to make at least $71,000 to live here. There's no housing, that's being built that kind of addresses that. And if it's a family of 4, they need to make $134,000 to live here. So when we're looking at housing, I think we continue to miss the gap because we're missing the folks who actually need it that are never really included in this conversation. So it's like, how do we position ourselves to make sure that we are addressing affordability specifically for the people who cannot afford to live here? I believe the UDO currently doesn't allow us to build. There's not language codified in there for it, but I think there are great examples of neighboring cities that have done it. Savannah's been a great one that we should be looking at because it's going to put a lot more people who can afford homes of that size into the conversation.
Thank you. Boy, what a conundrum this topic has been for forever. And Mr. Hamilton has been doing it for 20 years, I think, trying to move the needle. We are starting to see some small successes, like with Beaufort Memorial, and that's a 120-unit rental. That's where we partnered with different organizations. The county was a trifecta, and Beaufort Memorial and us. The Regional Housing Trust Fund has started. That came out of the Soloco initiative. That's starting to bear fruit. It may not necessarily just be in Bluffton, but it's in Beaufort County. So all of these collectively help. I still feel like we need a little bit of everything. We don't just need ownership. We need lots of rentals. We don't even hardly touch the needle or move the needle on the rental application of it. If somehow we could get more rentals on the market, it might help with the affordability somewhere. But to her point, I've seen it. I just came back from Georgia, and my gosh, everybody knows Pooler, Riken, everything around here, up and down. People are just, it's exploding, and I'm just seeing apartments everywhere, but here, per se, that's affordable. So I think we have to do a little bit of everything. And the only other comment I would add is I've spoken with the Regional Housing Trust Fund because there's lots of different programs taking place in Beaufort County right now to try to solve this problem. And so I don't think we have all the answers to how to go about it, but I wanted the Housing Trust Fund to be a bank, more or less, to bring in all the programs that everybody in the county is doing. So all of us collectively, whichever municipality or the county, could look at what other people are doing, and maybe we might find something that works better. But I haven't got there yet, but that's just a goal of mine. So.
Excellent. Yeah.
Mr. Hamilton?
Every survey that we do, not only in Beaufort County or our region, even nationwide, it says affordable housing is a problem. We've been addressing affordable housing here in Bluffton since 2005. Moving the needle has been like pushing a screw up the hill. We made some progress that I am proud of, but I see that there's so much more that has been probably scaled over because we don't have enough mechanism in place to say, like Dan just said, we know how to solve all the problems, or we know how to put the next piece of puzzle together. So developing an affordable housing department gives us more intention, make us more intentional about why it should be an everyday conversation and not just when it's convenient or when we have these type workshops to say it's a concern. So I'd like to see us be more focused on intentionally to say this is a priority, not only across the country, but it's a priority that Bluffton is going to address on a daily on a daily basis. And this department is not going to solve all of our problems, but this department is going to make sure that the hand is always on the pulse. We always know what we're going to do tomorrow, and that's really important. We have done a great job of repairing homes, which is also a segment of affordable housing, but there's other ways that we could partner, there's other ways we could collaborate, and there's other ways we can train, and we can be a leader in our region that I'm sure others will take notes from. And Hilton Head has taken some pages from our book already. So we're definitely, I'm definitely proud of the staff and the council that says, let's move to another level in Bluffton. Thank you.
I'll keep it brief, but I agree with what's been said. I think it's very important that, our police officers, our teachers, our nurses can afford to live here, and working with private developers, working with nonprofits, I think should continue to be priority for the town, and trying to be creative and thinking outside of the box, even with the tiny homes as an example of how we can do that, but keeping in mind, that our number one criticism we hear is growth and development, and so trying to be creative with it, I think, is the right way to go about it. But I agree that it should continue to be a priority.
Thank you. I've supported affordable housing efforts since day one. There's been a little bit done, but very little bit, in my opinion, compared to what we need to do. And we've been kicking the ball down the road and trying to figure out ways to do it, ways to find money. Spending taxpayer money on private property is a big issue. The rental part of it is needed. I see the solution, or not the solution, but a stepping stone towards the solution as being stepping stones for people at different levels of their life. Nobody wants to rent for the rest of their life, but I've rented plenty of years before I could afford to buy my own home, and most of us in here probably have. Helping those people keep their job, be able to come to work and live and work and be able to raise a family. A big part of our workforce has children, and you got to be at school. I got 5 kids and 18 grandkids, and I'm telling you, it's a full-time job just trying to be where you got to be at certain times. You don't have time to work. You're working already. So if we could come up with some type of help for those people in those hard, your first years, and when you're raising small children, it's the hardest part of your life. You kind of get a little smarter and a little more fortunate as we move on, but we just need somebody to figure it out and throw it to us so that we can support it and then add to it or trim it or whatever to do more than what we're doing. And that's where I'm at.
I have a question for staff. I think this was posed before, and it really didn't kind of go anywhere. What's the feasibility in terms of, from a legal standpoint, or even putting it in our policy, to offer a fee in lieu of, instead of how we were doing with some developers in their projects, forcing them to build affordable housing to a certain percent in their project, What would be the feasibility to, instead of forcing them to build a development in the project, to capture those dollars and be able to, if we do have an affordable housing department, be able to have a bank that we can use those funds for? Because just on my time on council, it seems like that's not really been as productive. If we get someone or a community where like the average home is going for $600,000-700,000 and we're saying, well, give us 5% affordable, still not addressing the need of the community or like the base that we're talking about, but we would be able to steward those funds to cover our needs.
So we have a couple of challenges, and one in the state of South Carolina, inclusionary zoning, which is the requirement of all like subdivisions, all development to build a certain portion as affordable, is illegal. The state specifically says you cannot do that. What we have done is in development agreements, any new PUD or PUD amendment that, as y'all know and for the sake of the public, that adds or asks for an amendment to add residential units or a new PUD, they have to, because that is a contractual development agreement and you can negotiate terms if it's a PUD, has to, originally I think we had 10%, now we've raised that to 20% of those new units have to be affordable. You could put a provision in the UDO that instead of providing the 20% affordable, have a fee in lieu of. At one point of time, we did have a fee in lieu in the UDO. It was not utilized, and the conversation at the time was, well, we would rather, in the perfect world, would rather see a developer build the housing than to just pay into a bank, and then how do we build that housing? So, and again, that would just address the PUDs and the new developments. So that is an option we could explore, a fee in lieu of. That's just some of the challenges, that if somebody does pay, you'd have to make that fee high enough that then the town could in turn build a unit. So it's just a balancing act of, you know, we want to see the units, so we'd rather just say, build those units. And what we've continued to do, and we can talk about, and we had some notes that we kept, is we've heard from council talking about in the UDO, there is the affordability incentives, and there's what the requirements are for the terms. So whereas we ask for 30 years, and I'm looking to Kevin to make sure I'm saying this right, is that still appropriate? Do we want to change those affordability covenants and requirements, make those longer? You know, we always ask for it to be more. Sometimes they're agreeable and can do that, sometimes not. But do we want to codify and require changes to the affordability covenants? I will also throw out there, sorry, this is getting lengthy to answer your question, but we do have an apartment complex who has come to us and said, hey, we would like to convert some of our units to affordable units, rental units. So we don't have any incentives or provisions to really address that. It's great and we're thrilled, but is there anything we can offer maybe to convert those existing units? So sorry, just wanted to add that to there. So
I would say let's just see what it is in terms of other areas that have done it, in terms of making a way, because to your point, we know we can't go back to existing agreements and force someone to do some, but we do know that we have new ones coming in, and they're not just residential. One of our medical partners in a conversation was saying that they would have loved that option. I think right now we're forcing people to kind of come up with a solution to areas that they're not really experts in. And if we have affordable housing, we know those needs, it's something that we could kind of steward away, even if it's not just solely on the sake of developing. Councilman Hamilton did a great job with the group that's coming up on Goethe Road. Those 3 units are going up quicker than someone who's had our affordable housing thing for 5 years. And so it's kind of like, if we have people like that who are willing to build to those needs, and we can say like, hey, we have a bank, even if it's to offset the cost of the infrastructure needs or whatever it is, I think we have to make that way easier than expecting people to kind of do it and through a convoluted system.
Excellent. Okay, Mike, real quick. Sure. This just came out from staff. It's not up there. So Hilton Head has already been dealing with conversions of properties long before we have. And that is something I don't remember us having a discussion on, but because we're limited by how much land we have available to us. I think we have to keep that in perspective. The other part is there may be things coming up on the horizon that you just mentioned. So I would highly encourage staff to start looking at that now from a permitting UDO perspective. If somebody wanted to convert something, whatever it may look like, it could be warehouses for goodness sakes or something. We need to be prepared to deal with that and not let that come to us and then it takes 2 to 3 years later.
Well, the commercial property, we have lots of commercial property that can be developed.
So-
If it's gonna be a
Yeah.
rental type multifamily.
So Mayor and Council, I just, this is a great discussion. So I want to go back, and I want to, just on the first item, because this whole question about a affordable housing position or department for the town, and the council's position on that, because that was one of the items that we received from staff through the council for consideration. And so the question becomes, is it do we go to the departmental level? Is there a way to, also there's a potential for having, the staff to look at a reorganization, potentially reorganize a bit, and then with more focus on affordable housing, and then have the manager submit a proposal? Or does the council want a department with a position? And I think we need to figure out which way we want to. If that's something council wants to do, is it something that's a strategic initiative that you want staff to work on?
I think we'll be going backward to say, do we want one? Because we already agreed that we want one. Now we're trying to figure out how it's going to be positions and how many staff, what the budget would, how the budget would reflect on that department. So I prefer us not to go back to saying whether we want one. Now is how will it come to fruition is where we need to be now.
Okay.
I got a question for you, Mike. Since
Sure.
you do this for a living,
Yes, sir.
we're not the only small town or town that you've been associated with. What have you seen? Do you have any suggestions that you can give us through your travels and your expertise? And
Yeah,
I'm sure affordable housing has been mentioned in more than
Oh, absolutely,
just Bluffton.
absolutely, Mayor. And again, that's why we put up the chart on the lead partner support, because in a lot of areas with affordable housing, it's a partnership with the community. You have an affordable housing, as I understand, affordable housing committee for the town, and so in most jurisdictions of this size, it's more of a partnering approach with the resources that you have in the community. There can be an emphasis on having a position like one of your staff positions having an affordable housing responsibility. Let's say when I was a deputy manager, part of my responsibility could have been affordable housing. Larger cities have positions designated for affordable housing to promote affordable housing, but I think in the case of Bluffton, and it sounds like the council, if the council would like staff to explore that, there may be some potential of, my experience in communities of this size, of repositioning or reorganizing staff to focus then on affordable housing and having the manager, submit a proposal on from that standpoint on how do you reposition a position that's already here to focus on that, as opposed to hiring additional staff, at least as consideration. I can tell you unequivocally, what I would, this may sound counterintuitive, what I always say to my council, I'd rather figure out how we can, if we have current staff that can move and do something, as opposed to hiring another position I may have to, at some point during an economic downturn, lay off. I mean, my first job in a community when I was only 26 years old, I had to lay people off, including firefighters and police. And I promised myself never to be in that position again. So if you can reorganize and reposition, step one, try that. If that works, if it's a priority for the council, that's the best way to do it. If that doesn't isn't possible, then you look at a position, but only when it can't be done with existing resources, if that makes sense. I hope that wasn't too long of an answer, Mayor.
I mean,
But that's what I would start. And so the question here is, this is Affordable Housing Department. It asks for an Affordable Housing Department. Do you want to provide the manager some flexibility to come back with if the council wants to consider that as part of your budget, to come back with a proposal on how that could be done, either through reorg or through, if that doesn't work, through a position?
I would say let's see because we have individuals who are there, focused on affordable housing and running our neighborhood assistance and other things. It almost seems to be advantageous to, yes, carve out a department and then try to restructure some of the individuals who are already in-house doing that work there. And then letting the town manager see the feasibility of adding more positions, or if it's a focus right now and just maybe on one person and a support staff. I'd like to hear his thoughts on that.
Yeah, I understand why the need, but I would like to grow into it. Because what you just said a minute ago was something I thought about. If we hired and created a department and we don't have any success in 2 years, what are we going to do? I mean, are you going to hold them accountable and let them go, or what are you going to do? And that's why I said a while ago, I really think staff, and I hope staff will help with this process, but explore what's going on everywhere around us and bring it to the table. So if we do put another position in there, there's more to work with from the get-go than what we already have. But we definitely have to do something different.
Okay.
Yeah, I still have the same questions, like, show me a picture of this person that we are looking for. What is it? What is their professional background? What is their direction? What are we telling them to do or expecting? I mean, we all know we want affordable housing. Got that, we're all on the same page. But we have to instruct. Council we need to come up with something that we are seeking professional help to succeed. You know what I mean? I'm all about it, spending the money to pay somebody to be full-time. I'm fine with that. Just, what are we wanting them to do? We've all talked about it, but we go after partnerships, or we go after grants, or what are we? What's the instruction?
I'll take a stab at that.
Sure.
We want them to do what we haven't been doing. Okay. We want them to move this Affordable Housing Committee to a different level, like I said earlier, to be more intentional about figuring out who we're going to partner with, when we're going to purchase some land, why we should purchase the land, if there's going to be some commercial property that may come available, that person is connected in the community or to find and to research opportunities. Having said that this is a top priority for the last 10 years or even more, already explains why we should do it. I mean, if you keep doing the same thing, why you think you're going to get a different result? So let's be intentional about making affordable housing not only a priority but an action item. We can always talk about it, but
in that part it was what are we telling this person to do? I know you're saying stay on it, and I'm all about that. I totally agree. But are we going to, what expertise do we need this person, the special person, to have?
All right. I tried.
legal background or what?
Yeah, I tried and you didn't get it, so Stephen, it's your turn.
Well, so I really don't know what else to add, in the fact that I know the Affordable Housing Committee has had several discussions on this and workshops on it, and it ranges everything from, you know, some saying we need 3 or 4 person department to be able to run it, to whether we just need to look at one person. The goal of it would be is similar to what Councilman Hamilton said, which is just to have one because the example I give is right now, affordable housing is something that's kind of broken up over different people. So it might be 5% of my job, might be 5% of Heather's, might be 60% of what Vicky's doing, or really 100% with the neighborhood assistance program. It might be 5% of Chris or whatever, but really to make it 100% of somebody's job. What my initial thoughts, based on the conversation and based on hearing what council has said, would be to look at maybe what was kind of mentioned earlier is, do we need to restructure internally? Because we have Vicky, who's kind of doing that role with the neighborhood assistance program, but she falls underneath growth management. Does that need to come up into exec and us actually look at how we grow and expand and support her, or the other position or whatever, to specifically focus and make it 100% of their day in and day out? And instead of it being 5% here, 5% there, 5% there, it becomes those get put into one person. I think we have the opportunity to probably do that with restructuring internally initially, see how that goes, and then make a decision whether it needs to expand or not. And I think we could probably do that in a quicker basis than we can if it comes to actually creating a department and trying to identify, getting council to sign off on the job description, the roles and all of that, then funding it and going through that. I think we could probably make quicker progress and see if we can push forward by doing something like that. And then if we see that it's successful, or if it needs to expand, we have the opportunity to be able to continue to grow on that. But based on the conversation I've heard and just kind of some of the discussions I've had in the interim and what affordable housing done, ultimately I feel like it's more of, if the affordable housing is the priority that it is, it needs to be moved up to the priority which it deserves, which is not a role under below a department, below a department, below a department, and pulled back up and made a priority within the organization chart of the town. And I think that's something that we could probably do fairly quickly and smoothly, and then see what we need to backfill with the position that's being held right now that doesn't have the funding or the job description to go along with it if we need to expand.
Yeah. And Bill, well said, town manager. And Bill, while the town manager was talking, has put up a proposal for the council, which is the last one here, to evaluate. Yeah. So, yeah, but the one that we're focusing on is evaluate improving the last one, improving affordable housing operations through restructuring and community partnerships, because I think it's both parts of that equation to look at. But the restructuring, I like what the town manager said, because you can restructure, reposition someone you already have, you know their capability, what they're able to do, and then depending upon how that works out, expand in the future without as probably too many additional resources, as opposed to a position that comes on board. You have to hire somebody, and the question becomes that person's ability to learn the community and move forward, where I think having an existing restructure, you can start on the ground running. And it sounds like that can be done in 27, so it's part of your budget proposal for 27.
I think we could do that this fiscal year.
Oh, this fiscal year, okay. Yeah. Well, it can be done sooner.
One more comment on it. I think also knowing that the department or this job role isn't just isolated to one thing, so it's not the expectation that a person is going to go out and get, units built like from day one. It could be, as simple as we know that we have all of these agreements with developments that had to build in affordable housing. And the conversations come up before with some employers who've come into the area, well, what communities were those? And it could be, you know, in that role, assisting people to be able to identify, well, the Crown on Buck Island has X amount of units. This is a place that, you know, may be amenable to your needs or staffing things. So it's almost like just having someone that can collect work that's already been done and being able to push that out to the general public or other people that have questions. So it's not just looking at a development standpoint, but coordinating what we already have in place with affordable housing that streamlines it, that right now they're not going through, you know, maybe 15 people to get an answer for it.
Excellent, excellent. So does this capture, we just want to be sure before what Bill's put up his lap.
I think based on the conversation, I think the only one that doesn't capture is the explore fee structure changes, because I think with what Councilman Frazier was talking about, she was talking about more fee in lieu. So for example, we have a planned development that's required to build 9 affordable housing units. They're coming close up on closeout. They haven't built those. They're probably never going to build them. Do we allow them to pay a fee in lieu to expire those? Or do we then, you know, because the other alternative is to actually force them to build 9 residential units somewhere, or do we allow them to pay a fee in lieu that we can then turn and use on our projects?
So that explore the fee structure should be explore in lieu fee.
Because in our fee structure, if you're building an affordable housing, you don't pay any permit fees or anything like that.
So it's an in lieu?
Correct.
Okay, so we just need to
we actually include affordable housing in our economic development incentive program. So if somebody's building affordable housing, so for example, the 3 on Goethe, council approved an economic development incentive to help them with their infrastructure cost, so much per unit, so we can feel comfortable that we can address any needs for that kind of stuff. I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's where you were going towards, is we do it like a fee in lieu for tree and stormwater. This would be similar for affordable housing.
Okay, in lieu.
Thanks, Zach. Yeah.
It's a good thing Bill's doing the typing.
I'm like watching everybody type.
Stephen, I thought at one time we'd had a conversation, not long ago about changing whatever on the 20% affordable requirement, where they had to do that.
So that's already in policy. They have to do it in phases with the actual phase construction.
That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Yeah, so they can't build all theirs and then not build ours, or
Correct. And
basically.
that's where we learned this from, was in Seagrass Station.
Right.
Because they had those 9 left at the end that they never built.
Right, so a fee in lieu of wouldn't really work if we're going to uphold that, because if they build the first 20 for them, they got to build our 1 or 2 or whatever the number is. So when they come to the end, before we give CEO on their last phase, ours has to be done too.
Get the option.
If I'm
Correct, it would be an option, and it's, again, just like it would allow, the way we would probably draft it is it would have to come to the council for approval.
And I will add too, so the way our current fee in lieu programs work, it's not an automatic. You don't just get to say, you know, and what the options we would bring forward is, you don't just say like, all right, if you have to take down 10 trees, I'm just going to pay you the fee and not plant those trees. We don't we review it and we say, like, you have plenty of space to plant those trees, so you're planting those trees. So there's options, doesn't have to be an automatic, but the fee in lieu of is an option that some communities use, where they just, for whatever reasons, they can't build those units, it's not feasible, or, you know, plant those trees or build that stormwater infrastructure. Just an option that then they would pay for the value of that, so then the town at a later date would do that.
So the other key is to make the fees
High.
unaffordable, not unaffordable, but unattractive. You want to make it so that they don't want to do that.
The fees need to be, if we're going to do that, they need to be realistic fees.
Correct.
Not half of what it's going to cost to build a unit.
Correct.
Also, we don't want to, if we're doing it, we don't want to shut people out, because the goal at the end of the day comes back to, we want to have this done. So I know when we were at the, at a housing symposium last year, a lot of the developers who were there that have experience in building affordable housing stated that one of the reasons that they don't is because it's not profitable, and it takes a lot of money, infrastructure, development, other things. So those that do it and want to do it well, we have a great example here with the May River project that I think David Bennett did. It's being able to have incentives, so if this person's given a fee in lieu of, you have someone who can do it the way that we would want, that would solve a need. So it's kind of like we don't want to create something that's going to be the opposite result of what we're trying to get. I think it should be a happy medium, and if you're not going to build it, let's give an avenue to where it makes sense for you to build it, because we're not just talking about affordable housing for the people who are making a six-figure salary. We're talking about the need to have fees in place for those who are not at that level, that might be bringing home $40,000, $50,000 a year and still should be able to access quality housing.
Yeah, and Mayor and Council, we're getting a little deep here.
Into the weeds?
Yeah, in the weeds. I just want to pull you. I have my partner here, Bill say, remind me that, you know. So we just want to make sure, except for the first item, the items that we have up here reflect those initiatives that you want staff to look at, including the tiny homes, as part of your overall strategy and approach to affordable housing. So excluding the first item that Bill's highlighted, I just want to pull you back. And we haven't put on I can tell you, tiny homes are a wonderful thing. They just implemented them in Tucson. And you can, if you've got the area in your yard, you can build them. If people rent them. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. So we haven't put a year on that yet, but we want to make sure this covers all of the discussion that the council's had, and then before we move on to the next area. And we'll also put a year, I'm not sure, on the tiny homes, when you want staff to implement that. Back to the council. Does this cover?
That covers mine. I mean, I think the crux of it is we want more affordable housing as quick as possible for as little money as possible. And I'm gonna kind of put Stephen it on you to get it done. And if you can restructure current to make it work, if you need a department at that time, I want you to come to us and tell us this is what we need. But this is what we want done.
Okay.
Well done.
So what year?
Not to get in the weeds. Can you
You good with that? You good?
Okay, but everything can't be done in the first fiscal year, which is 27. You got the teeter, there's other things the community needs, so.
Don't tell us that.
We could try it.
We can. That's on your calendar, but our calendar says something different.
Well, that's the whole principle of the teeter-totter, so.
The tiny home issue is an ordinance, isn't it? Yeah. So that's a whole different issue. No, to my point, I think that could be moved.
Completion or implementation?
That could be moved up quicker.
Yeah, we explore now.
And then Heather had brought up the fact about the 30-year question. Is that something that needs to be up there, or, how do we do that?
So that question, it kind of came up whenever some of the covenants that we were looking at for different projects came in, and there were questions about, well, can we ask for longer than the 30-year minimum? The 30-year is what's in our code as it is now. So long as they meet that.
Change the dates, please.
Which date?
All of them. 26, 26, 26, 26.
Since it's going in
That's
a
the
plan that
next 6
starts in
months.
July, it needs to be 27, 27, 27. You can bump them all 27. It's fine. But so the question came up, and is if it's say it's one that we're actually providing an economic development incentive to, or we're providing utility tax credits, or not tax credits, capacity fees, or we're partnering with, if the town is providing them something to build the housing, do you want to look at requiring longer covenants? Because right now, as long as they meet the 30-year minimum that is in our code, they qualify.
Can I answer that? And Fred will correct me. I think everybody sitting here at the table would like to get a longer duration if it's possible. You can have a 30 or 40, or 50, you can do whatever you want, but 30 years, we're finding out, is here before we blink. So is that a fair statement?
Yeah, but I also say in there that I wouldn't make a 30-year commitment again in my life. 30 years is a long time. The world changes a lot in 30 years. And we're not getting anything done currently with asking for that. So if you try to ask for twice as much as we're asking for now, we'll get less than we're getting now, which is nothing hardly.
Not necessarily.
It's not.
When you make a 30-year commitment on your mortgage, you're not getting any government assistance. You're doing that out of your pocket.
Well, let's do this. Let's explore what others are seeing duration-wise. Stephen?
How about this? I think a lot of some of the additional questions will fall under the strategy. And we can have those conversations as we work through, workshop, that kind of stuff, to make sure we're addressing everything that needs to be in there from council. But I just know, like you said, that was a question and conversation that came up, especially around the one with Butte Memorial, that partnership. So thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, excellent. So again, has this covered what Bill has under affordable housing, covered the will of the council going forward? Okay. So. Okay, so the next, we'll move to the next focus area, which is fiscal sustainability. We've got roughly 3 projects under this area. The first one is revenue diversification. Second one is O&M, looking at our life cycle cost for O&M on our facilities, and then to conduct a user fee permitting study and audit to align with the cost recovery. Basic Finance 101 of things to look at. And this is what the staff came up with yesterday. We'll turn it back to the council for discussion on any questions on the why part of this that the staff is here to address.
I think how long has it been since we did the life cycle of all our assets and all that? Wasn't that a couple of years ago, or is that?
We just did the space needs analysis.
Yeah, last
year,
right?
For
Yeah,
the
that's
first
what I was.
time. I don't know that we've done a life cycle analysis of anything ever.
We just did the facilities assessment, and as part of that process, we're going to look into the broader assets, not just facilities, and then build out that life cycle and what it means financially at long term, as far as when those resources are needed to repair or replace those items. So it was just a first step in the process.
So help me here. So the life cycle process will help facilitate projections to, because again, as growth slows down, and my belief and understanding may be correct or incorrect, is you go into more of a maintain mode. So that's part of this. The life cycle would help predict future costs as we grow out of the growth cycle.
That's correct. And, and it's an analysis that goes beyond your typical 5-year CIP. It's looking out, 10, 20 years. What's that trend look like?
Other questions on council?
What the conduct a user fee and permit fee audit? The user fee relates to what, Chris?
Well, I mean, that could be related to fees specific to just certain services. It could be, the facilities fees that we just assessed. It could be different permitting fees for different issues, renovations, pools, et cetera. And this is really something we do on a regular basis anyways, but it's really taking a more comprehensive look and tying in with another item that we'll get to eventually about that, our build-out projections. And what does that mean to our fee structure as we move from a new build heavy permit revenue to a renovation heavy? So as our services switch from managing new builds to renovations and maintaining, does our fee structure need to adjust to compensate for that?
So Mayor and Council, starting off, we'll start on the first one, the revenue diversification study. Is that a priority for the council? I see thumbs up. O&M cost that you've been talking about in terms of life cycle. Okay. Conduct a user fee. Okay. So you're okay with the projects in this area?
Emily, are y'all okay with this?
Why we can't multitask over
If I didn't ask you, you'd get mad.
Are you okay? You okay?
We're good.
Okay. So let's move to the next one. Okay. The next focus area I think is the May River and watershed. And we'll start off individual with each one of these projects. So implement recommendation for comprehensive drainage assessment. Any questions on that, council? That's a project the staff would like.
Reminder, that's all the studies we're doing for Crooked Cove, Rose Dew, is it Hayward that we've done, or?
We've already completed Hayward.
Hayward,
Yes,
yeah.
Crooked, Gerard, and then upcoming next would be Rose Dew.
So those drainage studies that we're doing would just be, what comes out of those?
What comes out of the modeling efforts of the asset inventory and functionality of those said stormwater assets, who the responsible party is, whether that's DOT, Beaufort County, privately owned, or Town of Bluffton. We've shared that information with those asset owners for Hayward Cove, and we'll continue to do so, obviously, with Gerard and Crooked as those finish up. And that's for required maintenance, and then also under future modeling conditions for sea level rise and different weather events that are more pluvial rain bombs. What will we need and what we anticipate we will need to see in improvements for drainage and a resilience capacity over the next 25 years.
Okay. Any other questions on Mayor and Council? Okay, the next, yes.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, yes, sorry.
For clarity, for myself, and I don't know if this falls under resiliency or not, and I'm only one voice, and I put this in the comments that you had solicited from us on the survey. I'm still of the mindset that we know we have flooding issues in parts of our community. The farm I keep bringing up twice, it's flooded terribly. And at some point, like Hilton Head, I'm not saying today or tomorrow or next year, at some point, we're going to have a more aggressive role in what we do storm system-wide, being whether we step in, Hilton Head took over the storm systems because they had flooding years ago,
Sure, I'm aware.
right? They took that over to fix it.
Most of the neighborhoods, yes, sir.
So I don't say we have to do everybody. I just think we have to have a better method of helping those who are not able to help themselves with the flooding dilemma. And then the last part of this for me, and I know Stephen's ready to answer this, both. So the studies that you have put forth so far regarding impervious surfaces, and staff's been doing that through WAPAC and been aggressive about it, but it comes with a hefty price tag to implement it. And so I think council needs to see more feedback from staff in a formal presentation to explain the dollar value and what we're trying to achieve, and then some mode of guarantee that if we spend $30, $40, $50 million, are we comfortable that we're going to get a bang for our buck? I'm not saying it's not needed, but I think there needs to be definitely more discussion on topics that big.
Well, that study is not even complete, it's underway.
No, not just the one.
Stony Creek, the whole.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
Two different things.
two different things, the impervious surface.
So, to go to your first question, that will be, I think you're early on that question, because as we're doing the studies to determine what improvements need to be made, as those come out, and the Rose Dew study is going to take some time, when those start coming out and we start trying to work, like Kim said, whether it's with the POAs, the county, the state, and all those things, that's when the question may come up, and because again, you start talking about the drainage system in Rose Dew, you have 3, 4, 5 neighborhoods that are all tied together in their drainage basin, that all tie together and ultimately come out in one spot. That's a bigger question that may come to council 3, 4, 5 years down the line. And then we can, that may be more of a next strategic plan item that we want to keep in track as we finish some of these studies. If we see DOT not taking action, we see private entities not taking action, then it may come to council and say, what now? And I think that's a question that will come up not in this plan, but in future plans. For the impervious surface projects, we do not have a partner for any of those right now. Anything that would be potentially an item for that would come to council for discussion and approval. We aren't going to go do a project like that without council approving us to do so. Again, because of the cost, the impact, and all of that, that would be something that would come to council. But as of now,
There are no impervious surface projects in this capital program year.
Nobody has agreed or partnered with us or is interested at this point in time on doing any. It is a WAPAC item that they've identified as something they would like to see done, but there is nothing out there to bring to council that's in the pipeline. Once there is anything, as always, we would bring it to you, because if we're talking about a $5 million partnership, you're going to have to determine whether that's a priority for the town at that point in time.
Excellent. So on the drainage assessment, I'm generally okay with that. The next project is evaluating existing low impact development standards for new construction. Any questions on that?
Can I expand on that just briefly? Just so you know, so what that is, what we talked about is we have a lot of that already, the low impact development standards tied in the SOLOCO standards and the manual and other ordinances and policies that town council's approved. What that is expanding on is looking at all those programs, and in the UDO, there's the affordability incentives that we've talked about. There's also incentives for low impact development and sustainability. No one has taken advantage of those. So after our conversation yesterday with staff, the idea is, well, maybe we need to review and evaluate all of these regulations in, the SOLOCO manual, the UDO, and see if they align or if we need to make any changes to that.
Yeah, the idea is ultimately, if we have a policy and nobody ever uses it, is it good? Is it good?
If the tree falls in the woods and nobody hears it.
As y'all know, and as you heard as we went through the wetland buffer, everybody wants to develop last square foot of their property that they can, so not a single person has said, I'm willing to develop less to be incentivized. So the goal is, do we need to review that? Do the incentives need to be higher? Do we need to market it better? So, yeah, or do we just need to delete it? So that's really where that came from.
Good thing. So seems like okay with that. The next one is evaluating implementation of the new sewer connection ordinance enforcement. It's a big one.
Yes.
Explain that.
I see, yes.
So as we finish Old Town Phase 4, 5, and 6 sewer, there are no additional sewer projects in our strategic plan. We are partnering with BJWSA on Stony Creek, and I know we've had a conversation with work they're getting ready to do down in the Alljoy area. But we don't have any sewer connection, like sewer projects, septic to sewer conversion projects remaining. We have a policy that says that if sewer is within a certain distance, that you're supposed to connect to it within a certain period of time. We also have a sewer connection grant program that we have to help people make those connections. We threw it on here to see what council's desire is on whether we continue just with the sewer grant connection program, or whether you wanted to look at start to implement the connection policy that council has adopted, which would require people to connect within a certain time period.
An ordinance or a law with no enforcement is worthless. So we've all agreed before to do this, and I can't wait to the day that we've got everybody in this town on sanitary sewer. It's been a goal of mine for 20 years, and we're getting close, so I'm not ready to give up yet, or anytime.
I would like to know where we are in terms of the comparability of the grant that we currently had with the new rate that Beaufort Jasper has, because I know that we already had issues in terms of affordability for those who could not get into that. I think it was a $5,000 tap-in fee, and it's gone up drastically. I do have some trepidation on that in terms of that may be a financial burden on those already struggling to access housing here.
So that's to go along with exactly what you just said. The reason it says evaluate is because we still need to go through and determine who all, and then have to reach out to BJWSA for some help on that, is who's still remaining to connect, what that cost would be on average to connect, what we have in our grant program, what the fiscal impact would be potentially to those people, and then bring that back to council to determine. So that, again, that's why it says evaluate and not implement.
Gotcha.
Because we want to make sure, we just wanted to highlight some of the if council wants to continue to move that direction, then we'll do the evaluation and bring it to council so you have a better understanding of the overall impact of that decision.
Other questions?
Council is always, to the mayor's point, the councils that I've sat with have all agreed that we want to be septic tank free, and so yes.
Okay, excellent. Sounds like a yes on that one. Last one is implementation of resiliency plan.
We just did that, didn't we?
Did
we just do something like
We're doing
this?
the plan now, so this would be implementation of the plan. So right now,
Beth has been leading resiliency assessment work with the Shy Institute out of Furman University, as well as in partnership with Sea Grant Consortium and College of Charleston. And out of those assessments are a number of resiliency elements and possible recommendations for implementation. And so those final reports are coming in. And if you're interested in us implementing those recommendations, then we would bring them forward to you as part of the next year fiscal plan and work plan.
Well, how could we say implement something and we don't know what it is yet?
Well, do you want
We
us
don't
to
need
move
to.
forward?
I mean, we can wait.
No, I mean, I'd like to learn
Wait.
what we, you know.
so ultimately, you're just saying, once the plan's adopted, you want to see us implement it.
Amen.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, no,
I mean,
once
we
the
wanna
plan's
see-
adopted, we want to see it.
We want to see what it is that we're
Yeah.
telling you to implement.
Yeah.
Correct, you will. Yeah, that's why, remember,
Right?
you're
Am I
talking
missing
about
something?
June of '27. We're a year and 3/4 away before that happens. So again, we're planning 30 months out from now.
And I just want
But
to
if we
add.
don't agree with it, then we might not be doing
Correct,
that either.
correct.
Exactly.
But really
That's
what
what I
this,
said.
really what this is kind of like, the comp, not kind of like the comp plan or the Buck Island Simmonsville neighborhood plan. So when staff, after this resiliency plan is done and complete, certainly you all will all see it and we'll go through it. But then after that point, if the implementation is in the strategic plan, Beth and her staff would work on implementing it, and bringing that forward to you. So what we don't want to do, again, this is our 2-year work plan, Beth to be working on what is the implementation of, item number 1 mean, and they come to you and you all are like, why in the world are you working on it? So certainly you would all review all of that before we actually do it.
Thank you for that.
Just for further clarification.
You still have a role, council.
Yes.
Always still have a role.
Yes.
I just don't like to approve any
Yeah.
check until I see what it is.
No, you're not.
Yes,
It's
sir.
keeping us in our lane. That's what you're doing. It's just.
It's not a blank check.
It's like,
Sorry.
I learned no blank checks for me.
Okay. Okay with this area?
I think so.
Okay, next area is town organization, I think. And we've got, we'll start off with the first project here is an employee handbook update. It's just we need to update the handbook. Questions on that, council? Next one is develop a career path and succession roadmap for all departments. Next one is launch a Bluffton Talent Pipeline Internship Fellowship Program, which I love fellowships. That's how we got our students hired in Tucson from the university. So, form a, and this is an important one, form a recruitment and retention committee. You've got great employees here. We want to keep them. How do we keep them? Any questions on that one? Next one is evaluate the information included in reports provided. This is important to town council. including council in the determination. And Bill, do you want to talk about information? Because this is an important one.
So we had a great discussion about staff reports and the amount of information you get as an elected body and as an elected individual. And I relayed yesterday some of the other work that I do as a military contractor has been working with command staffs and headquarters. So I had an opportunity to spend a great deal of time with a 2-star general on his headquarters. And I said, sir, you have 10,000 people working for you. Your staff is 220 people. How in the world are you keeping it all together? Like, how do you manage all of that information? And he relayed to me that he has asked his staff to give him the knowledge versus the information. He said, I get piles of information, but in order to synthesize that, I need to know what is the real meaning behind it. For example, don't tell me that we've only got 20 lug nuts left in the motor pool. That I don't know what that means. He said, but if you tell me that if we lose one more Humvee, we're done, I know what that means. He said, so there's a difference between telling me 20 lug nuts versus I'm out of business for the rest of it. And for me, that rang a bell on the financial reporting that we do for local government. Every year you get or see, I assume, the annual comprehensive financial report, now known as the ACFR, used to be the CAFR. And it's a 300-plus page document filled with financial information, extremely informative if you read all 300 pages. But for a department head or for an elected official, there's only about 10 pages in it that are really meaningful. You want to know what those 10 pages are. You don't want to just be given a book of 300. So we use that kind of philosophy of information versus knowledge in how much information are you getting and are you actually able to digest and or using on a weekly, monthly, or annual basis as a council member? And then staff looked up, go ahead. So
in your October packet, the packet was 418 pages long, of which 152 of it was staff reports.
That was a small one.
That was 34% of your packet was the monthly staff reports that we put together and share with you. So that's where a lot of this conversation came from is, are you getting more information than you actually need? Are you getting the right information that you need or that you want? Because we're putting in there things like, if we cancel the Affordable Housing Committee today because you're in here, that's going to be in the monthly report. Is that pertinent information that council needs? And the other part of that is the amount of staff time that goes into preparing this on a monthly basis. Is it justified for the amount of input and result, or the information you're actually gathering out of it?
You take that 430 pages and you compare it to the email you get from Stephen every Friday, which is kind of short, tight, and concise. I think they're asking, do you want to start moving towards Stephen's summary, or you want to keep getting the bulk?
And the bottom line of it is, we're not going to decide today, we're not going to decide tomorrow, but we also don't want staff to decide how much and what you want. So this is an initiative that says staff and council will work together to determine how much they want to answer the question, what is it that you want and how can we provide it?
Yeah, personally, I mean, I don't have time to read 400 pages every week. I'd like to have the major things, the topics maybe of anything, but if I need to know or dig into it or something like that, that information's always going to be there that I could call and request, correct? So more of a summary, with the still having the availability of all the backgrounds, would be
This is a staff efficiency kind of question, so it's an initiative that they're going to bring back to you and say, okay, let's have a discussion about this.
I know that, I go through it, I know that Emily likes to read everything, so I
like short and sweet.
so, let me say this, I think it's,
It says include council in the determination is we also want to make sure we're including what you want to know.
Yeah,
Because we don't want to say, okay, well, we're going to start trimming, and then we get a call from Councilman Hamilton, and he's like, why isn't this in the report? This is what I look for every month. We want to make sure if it's important to you that we don't get rid of it. The other thing we also want to have the conversation about is it's very good public information for everything that's going on within the town for that month. Is do we make sure we still compile and share that in a form so that the public is aware of it? Because I know I hear a lot every month when we get into consent agenda, y'all will say, hey, there's a lot of good information in here. We encourage the public to go and read it. We still want to make sure that we're making information available to the public, but we want to make sure that you're getting what you need concisely to know what's going on inside the town that you want to know. So, and I'll be quiet on that.
excellent.
I think it's a catch-22 to this. It's times when you need it, it's times when you may not, right? So, I would say that you guys evaluate right now, and when we think that you're cheating us, we'll come back.
Well, and that's why it's in there as evaluate, because again, we don't want to do anything that without y'all's input. Thank y'all.
Excellent. Good discussion. The last, so it seems like we're okay on that one. The last project under town organization is implement recommendations for AI policy, committee for future and current impact. So it's just the implementation of whatever comes out of the work of the committee. You okay with that one? Okay. So the next area is infrastructure. And we have 3 projects here. Love this one. Road resurfacing and maintenance schedule with cost estimates. Pretty basic. Wish they did it in my hometown. Promote long-range transportation plans with regional and state partners. And this next one, the third one, is really innovative. A lot of cities are moving away from these. I can't. Good thing there's no press here from Tucson. We have buses running in our city that are empty, and it's expensive. $60 million a year. It's a city of 500, 600,000 people, but they're empty. What this micro-transit is to scale the transit, sometimes using Uber or Lyft as a partner, to more of what the community, the needs of the folks that need that level of transportation, and to make it more flexible. So what the staff is asking for here is to, rather than going to a traditional transit system, to at least explore this micro-transit system and provide a proposal to council, which I can tell you, communities are moving more and more, enlightened communities are moving away from traditional transit to this micro-transit. So I'm sure you may have some questions on that or some of the others, but turning it back to the council in this area of infrastructure.
I agree with all the focuses there. It'd be nice, I don't know if anyone else is on the same page, but it'd be nice to add something that addresses like our current road, maybe impediments right now that are impacting traffic. Like if we could have some type of like study or identification of that. And when I say that, an example, for instance, is like we know around our traffic circle, when you get up to, when you're on 46, we know that like that right now is an area in terms of if there's an emergency or when it comes to safety, it presents a huge problem in terms of accessibility that becomes non-existent with an accident. But it's not just that road, and it's not a road that we own, but if there's something we can put in to where we can set like some type of meeting or plan with urgency with those stakeholders who do own those areas to kind of help alleviate pressure off of us, because that's one of the biggest complaints that residents are having is just the lack of accessibility on those roads that we don't really own, that we can go and make a decision today about, but it has to be something addressed, because for like emergency vehicles, anything like that, no one's able to really maneuver down those roadways, and it's a grave problem for us. So I don't know how to address that, but it's something that I think we need to be looking at.
So it kind of falls underneath the promote transportation plans with regional state partners, that maybe instead of just promote, it's promote and advocate.
It has to be more than that, because it's kind of like we've always been on the wavelength of wanting to promote, but if our partners aren't moving, promotion's really not addressing the issue. And in the event that we do have a large-scale emergency or evacuation or whatever, as our population has grown, it's just caused even more congestion and bottleneck activity, but it becomes a safety concern if we don't find a strategy to address those.
And I think that goes along with some of the partnerships or stuff we've done with like where we partnered with the county and LATS to do the study for Buckwalter or Bluffton Parkway for future improvements. But as Councilman Wood will say, it's county's road. It's you know the numbers better than I do. It's $60-90 million.
No, let me back up to what she's saying. I think she's got a couple of good points. First of all, a lot of what you're talking about, it would pertain to the transportation penny referendum.
Right. That's what I was getting to as well.
And I know from experience, well, I mean, even when I worked, my vehicles couldn't get down the road with outages. The police can't get down the road, to her point. So I think that we need to be sure we bring this up with our partners, the county, if they go forward with this. We do need a means to get emergency vehicles up and down the road. I think that's a great suggestion. The other part of it is, and I share this with the public, we have a real conundrum on transportation. We don't own the roads, and most of the primary roads are state. But the other part of it is that staff is working on and the mayor's working on, to the point about regional state. We are, a meeting's being set up with Stephen and the legislators, because we have a real problem here. The problem is, even if you get the referendum passed, it has nothing to do with the Bluffton Parkway, which the study just came out from the county, and that's 200, and Heather, did you ever check my math on that? It was like $210 to $280 million fix. So there's no funding at all for anything to do with Bluffton Parkway at this time. It's a separate issue from the transportation penny referendum. So we are advocating already, we're beating the drum on that topic, and we met with our county leadership. We are trying to beat that drum. It's going to be years in the making to do something. And the last part to what Ms. Frazier was saying too is, we know that when there's an accident on 278, we have total gridlock in Bluffton. They try to get off the highway and they go to Bluffton and it shuts us down. So it's critical that we move the needle on this.
Dan and Bridget has covered most of the issues and some of the concerns. So the only problem that I do see is that we don't control any of it. So,
Okay.
One thing, and it might fall under one of those, but I question whether or not we should, I know we only own the 13 or 14 roads, but should we evaluate the speed limits on those roads and if they are appropriate or if they need to be revisited? I know I hear numerous complaints of people driving too fast, or of it being an inappropriate speed limit on some of our town roads. And so I wanted to put that out there because I'm not sure it falls under one of those three.
I don't think it does. Well, we could, Could we add that to the, no, that's right, yeah. I would just say value, because I know we did the pedestrian safety, and we have improvements we're making there, but I don't know if it included recommendations or reviews of speed limits. No. So that would be.
It was for ADA compliance, sir? No, not speed limits.
So, no, I think that would be, probably need to be a separate item that we can do and reevaluate.
Yeah, that sounds good to do that. I was just gonna question the road resurfacing and maintenance schedule. We're in the process right now, we're gonna redo 3 of the few that we own, so they're gonna be brand new. Would hope that they wouldn't have to be resurfaced in the next 4, 5, 10 years or something. Just saying, we're going to be redoing these Boundary, Calhoun, and what's the other one?
Pritchard, you signed the contract for
Pritchard.
Pritchard and Bridge.
Yeah, and Bridge.
extension.
So, leave it on there, that's fine with me, but hopefully we'll have some new roads that we won't have to resurface for a while.
Well, the other thing to remember is not only, we also have Hampton Parkway, which is a pretty long parkway. And we're also working on some of these interconnectivity projects with Buckwalter, with Holly Hill, that are gonna provide us with additional roads in the future, where again, they're gonna be new. But one of the things is if we don't start planning on what the future cost is and setting the funds aside, just like we do for capital replacement, for hurricane preparation, we're gonna end up with, all of a sudden, we're gonna come to y'all one year and ask for $1.5 million to pave roads, and you're gonna say, whoa, 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 where'd this number come from? So we wanna make sure that we're prepping and we're preparing for that for 10, 15 years down the line.
Fine.
Boy, that's foresight. Appreciate it. Other questions?
You can take your seats, grab the last bit of food that you can get. So for the next presentation, this is actually the second phase of a study we're doing around Performing Arts Center. And they reported to you all on the first phase a few months ago at a workshop around the... Who?
It's on. It's not working.
It's just not loud. So we're going to talk a little bit about the second phase. So the first phase was around what is the demand for this? Is there a community need? And we met with several stakeholders, over 50 individuals from 30 different organizations, and there was a general desire for some kind of facility, a multi-purpose facility that can meet performing arts needs as well as different conference and exhibit type of functions. And this second phase is going into more of the business case. So what do the financials look like? What is the cost? How do we operate? Where can it be located? And what do the facilities potentially look like? This started a while ago from a desire from some on council to kind of lean into the arts aspect of our community and kind of embrace that. And we want to look further out into 10, 20 years from now, what our community looks like and what kind of assets we're going to have for that community. If you look at just the geographic area of Bluffton, you have the unincorporated area and the incorporated Bluffton. You take those combined, and we'll eventually be around 100,000 people within that geographic area. And then you layer on what's happening in Hardyville, another 100,000. It's going to be a big area. There's going to be a lot of needs and a lot of demand for different types of assets, entertainment, quality of life type of aspects to our community. So I'm going to hand it over to Johnson Consulting to present to you all the second phase of their study.
Great. Well, good afternoon. Good to see everybody again. Just wanted to make sure you all can hear me and the microphones are working okay. Looks like they are. So again, thank you for your time today. As Chris mentioned, we're here to present our Phase 2 findings, which really goes into the financial, basically the financial picture of how this facility is going to operate. We talked in the first phase about the demand picture, now fast-growing communities in particular. With that, I hand it over to Ryan to talk about this phase of work and our last phase.
Thank you. So as Chris and Ryan just mentioned, we did kick off this project in March of this year. So we are going to focus on Phase 2 today, but just to give a little overview of the project, as a whole, we started this study as a focus on a Performing Arts Center feasibility study. And through our research and the stakeholder engagement that Chris just talked about, we concluded that there's a clear demand for developing a flexible multi-use cultural and civic venue here in Bluffton. The proposed venue would have two primary demand drivers. One would be performing arts and entertainment, and the second would be the flexibility to host conferences, meetings, social events, fundraisers, and the multi-purpose capability of the venue will ensure it's utilized as much as possible. So Phase 2 is really focused on evaluating the potential site for the development as well as the associated financial and economic impacts. So just to give a quick overview of what we'll be going through today, I'm going to recap the outcome of Phase 1, go through our site evaluation analysis, and review some test fits that we worked with another consultant team, Theater Collaborative Consultants on, and then go through the demand and financial projections that lead into our economic and fiscal impact analysis. We'll also conclude with a discussion with any questions you all may have, but feel free to raise your hand or interrupt us at any point if you have any questions. So to recap the program from Phase 1, it again is being named a multi-purpose arts and event center. So Bluffton, as Chris mentioned, has experienced significant population growth, nearly 190% since 2010, and the median household income is about $100,000. This demonstrates both a growing population base and a strong capacity for cultural participation. Despite having an active arts community, Bluffton currently lacks a dedicated indoor venue for performances, civic gatherings, and private events. Residents are traveling to Hilton Head and Savannah for these experiences today, which is leading to economic leakage. Stakeholder feedback confirmed broad support for this flexible facility that can accommodate performances, youth programs, conferences, and community events. The recommended design includes a 10,000 square foot main event and performance hall with a flexible seating technology for up to 800 people. You can see the little GIF I have in the corner that sort of demonstrates an example of this flexible seating technology that can push all the seating up to the wall or to the floor to have a flat floor space instead of theater-style seating. Other support spaces include lobby, catering kitchen, and back-of-house spaces to emphasize flexibility and allowing the venue to host concerts, theatrical productions, banquets, trade shows, and educational programming. To recap the demand strategy from phase one, we're really looking at 3 primary demand verticals. So the first one would be external rentals and ticketed performances, which will be the highest revenue generating demand vertical. The secondary would be internal rentals and civic events hosted by the town and other public groups such as school graduations. And the last would be community partner use and arts education, including discounted rentals, workshops, school partnerships, which prioritize facility engagement over revenue. So to quantify this demand, you're looking at a table of our projected demand analysis for year 5 of operations. So this would be 5 years after it opens. So the center is projected to host around 226 annual events, attracting nearly 55,000 attendees. The strongest demand is expected from those external rentals, along with heavy activity from ticketed events and community programs as well. Additionally, more than 100 arts and cultural classes are anticipated each year, helping to ensure regular community engagement. Overall, this demand shows a balance of mix of paid, community, and educational uses, positioning the facility as both the community and regional asset as well as a sustainable financial operation. We'll get into the finances a little bit later. One other point I wanted to point out was that hotel performance wasn't a core part of our study, but it's important to note that the success of a new facility here and the increased tourism that it's proposed to generate will depend on having adequate nearby lodging to support the visitors and event attendees. The hotel market here in Bluffton performs well with rates over $200 and an occupancy near 60%, but most rooms are concentrated on Hilton Head. This leaves limited options in and near Bluffton, especially for event and group travel. With a new facility capable of hosting conferences here, there's a clear opportunity for more hotel development nearby. That was the main outcomes of phase 1 of this process, so we'll move into phase 2, which focused on our site evaluation and then our projections.
So right here, really, this shows the Mooney site, which was identified to us by town staff as the target site for the proposed location for the multi-purpose event center. And you can see here, those circles represent the existing hotel supply. And it's really critical as we think about this potential site for this project, you know, some of the zoning requirements and also the partnership opportunities that a hotel could bring to a project like this are very important as we think about how we can get this project funded and supported.
Some other land uses that we were thinking.
Let me interrupt real quick.
Sure.
Absolutely.
So, refresh my memory, but on the hotel question, was it 1, 2?
So it's going to be an evolution, and I think initially it'd probably be one property. You know, we're talking about a 10,000 square foot multi-purpose space. So you probably have about 600 or so attendees. So initially, I think one hotel would probably be sufficient to support it from a room block perspective. But as the community is growing, and it's growing rapidly, you know, one, not only will this project likely expand at some point in the future, but that will also stimulate additional hotels required to support this project.
We lack in that area throughout the community. I think
Correct.
Everybody knows that, so.
Yeah, especially if you're looking at hosting conferences at this new facility, it's going to be really important to event planners to be able to secure room blocks, especially close to the venue. So some other supporting land uses we looked at were retail, office, and multifamily to look at this as sort of a mixed-use environment. The site, while it has some narrow road frontage there on Fording, it offers flexibility to integrate these supporting uses a little bit more onto the site. There's a ton of stuff surrounding it in Bluffton itself, but having a walkable destination here will improve the patron experience. This is a high-level summary of the site evaluation that's detailed in our report, but I just want to highlight a few of our findings here. So it's a 20-acre footprint, the Mooney site itself, leaving sufficient space for not only the facility, parking, future expansion, and some of these other supporting uses. The site also offers development flexibility, but there are going to be costs associated with grading, utilities, and stormwater. If I go back a little bit, this gray area, it's under contract right now, but it is mostly wetlands and will be preserved as such. As far as community benefit, the site would deliver strong community benefits by providing a new gathering place for residents and visitors and strengthening Bluffton as a cultural and events destination. The type of integrated development can serve as both a cultural anchor and a long-term economic driver through private investment in hospitality, dining, and housing. Partnerships are going to be really important to this project. Public ownership of the adjacent wetlands creates an opportunity to integrate natural features into the project, highlighting Bluffton's commitment to sustainability. The environmental contest may also open doors to additional funding sources such as state and federal grants, tourism funding, and philanthropic contributions. We think a public-private partnership model could be really effective here with the town leading civic and environmental components and private partners investing in hospitality, dining, and residential development. This approach shares risks, leverages private capital, and supports the long-term economic development goals for Bluffton.
And I think, as we think about partnerships and development overall, it's really not incumbent on the town solely to fund these types of projects, but there's a variety of partners that we identify throughout the next step of the funding development. So, the town really ideally will be there just to close the gap, and the preponderance of the overall project budget would be from private sources, philanthropic sources, the types of grants that Ryan outlined, and a variety of other potential sources as well.
So the next few slides were provided by Theater Consultants Collaborative, who we worked with to provide a site diagram of the proposed facility and some different layouts. So use my little pointer. So this would be the stage. This is the stage house here, and then it's showing the different seating configurations that would be available with the seating technology I talked about earlier. And this just shows a cross-section of what that would look like with the seats either, raked out for a theater or down into the floor, pushed to the back of the facility. And then this next one here really shows on the left where it would be located on the Mooney site, and then this just kind of outlines a little bit more detail of the programming inside of the building. So again, the stage here, some back of house support, the studio theater room that could be used as a community room such as this, a black box theater, and then a lobby and circulation spaces.
I can just add a couple comments on the location. So we all know that the land acquisition strategy is evolving day by day. And so when they looked at their piece, they really wanted to hone in just on property that we currently have under our control and own. So that's why the current focus is on this particular tract of land. But we all know that that's not set in stone. We're going to continue our land acquisition process. But I just wanted to make sure that you all are aware that this isn't set in stone. This is where we're going. It's just to say if this is what we had available, this is kind of how it would fit. But we, as you all know, we're still in talks on our land acquisition strategy. So
now we're going to move on to our projections, which is going to include a little bit of recap from phase one and how that integrates into our financial and economic impact projections. So just to explain our methodology here a little bit, this is showing how we estimate the economic and fiscal impacts of the proposed facility. So we start by looking at visitation, the day trippers and the overnight visitors, and assuming the average amount that they'll spend on categories like lodging, dining, shopping, entertainment, and multiplying those by the visitors to give us the total direct spend. That spending will flow through the local economy here. Some of it becomes indirect spending as businesses buy goods and service to support the activity, and then induced spending, which is the employees spend their wages here locally, and this produce our increased earnings, new jobs, and overall economic growth. Finally, we'll apply local, state, and other applicable tax rates to estimate the tax revenues that'll flow back to the community, demonstrating the facility's broader return on investment outside of the operating. So here's a high-level overview of years 1, 5, and 10 for the proposed facility. So as you can see here, the facility is going to operate at a deficit at least through year 10. Revenues include facility rentals, ticket fees, food and beverage, donations, sponsorships, and other operating revenues. And expenses here are including all operational costs as well as reserve for replacement.
So I think one of the other points I really want to highlight, so as Ryan mentioned, we're really looking at, it's fairly significant subsidy that's going to be required on an annual basis. But to frame the context of this is really looking at that kind of our return on investment strategy, the economic and fiscal impacts that happen because of this type of project. So in year 1, as a result of the activity that happens at this venue, the total spending that's going to occur within the community is about $8.5 million, and that'll grow to about $11 million by year 10. And then also the fiscal impacts that are caused by increased, hotel tax, sales tax, et cetera, really go from about $425,000 to $600,000. So you can see between these two impacts, both the total impact as well as the fiscal impact, it's significantly more than the annual operating subsidy that would be required. There's also a high level of jobs, high quality jobs that'll be a result of this project. And, the employment type really focuses and fits well with the tourism economy that you have. So I think you have a really solid hospitality base of talent, and this will be an extension of tapping into that and growing that from a jobs perspective.
On the total fiscal impact, or maybe, I don't know which category, either the total or Bluffton, I don't know, but where does that factor in the hotel at that point? Because it's going to be a lot of the revenue, right? So you might build a performance center, but you might not have a hotel for 4 or 5 years.
And that's absolutely true. The hotels themselves willing to give up 100 rooms, 50 rooms, when they're already doing pretty well on their own. So that's really one of the arguments that we're advocating for, is really having a hotel partner, ideally from day 1 as part of this project, would be really what our recommendation, and is our recommendation for this project.
So just to clarify, the total fiscal impacts are including estimated revenue from lodging.
Correct.
Even though
It'll compress to the existing supply, even if.
That's why the Bluffton is separated from the rest of it?
Yeah, and that's a subset. So we wanted to demonstrate of that 426,000, Bluffton in particular is 44,000 of that 426.
That's a combination of the town's hospitality tax and then food and beverage tax.
For the next slide. So this next slide really, our last conversation, the budget, these are expensive projects, and you can see that. We worked with our theater collaborative consultants to develop a cost budget, and it's looking like it's going to be about a $54 million project overall. And that is a significant amount of money. These types of projects have a lot of technical requirements and capabilities. But as I mentioned earlier, that capital stack, especially with the performing arts and arts perspective, there's a high level of philanthropic fundraising opportunity. And then also the types of grants and funds that are available at the county and state level. And then also the private partners that you can bring in. One, the hotel's an opportunity, but also to have a partner to operate this potentially. They can provide capital investment into these types of projects. And then, you have ancillary venue-generated revenues that could apply, but in this case, we're showing a deficit. But again, our point is to generate as much capital from these other sources and to have the town be the, close the gap, if there is one, to fund the balance of the project. So I just want to set that expectation. The town is not, in our minds and from our prior experience, on the hook for that entire development budget.
This is our last slide here, just outlining some of those financing and funding mechanisms that municipalities do use to fund these types of facilities. A lot of times they're looked at as a quality of life amenity and asset, such as like a library, if you will. So oftentimes there are operating subsidies that come from the municipalities that these assets are located in. I think as well is important is to focus on how this facility is going to be marketed, if it's going to be publicly owned or if there's going to be a promotional partner, thinking about how to market this facility and really be able to attract these new types of events to Bluffton that aren't occurring here today.
And I think the last point I'd like to make before we open it up for more questions is, communities of your size that are rapidly growing and also the broader metro area, this is a typical piece of community infrastructure that exists in other like communities. And really, just want to say how important they are. This really serves as the community's living room. So it's also where people are going to come in and have entertainment that are coming for tourism activities. So it really provides a very important piece of infrastructure to the community as it grows. And so with that, if there's any specific questions or you'd like us to go over anything in particular, I'm happy to do so.
On your, when you first got started with your outline of where it would go, so to speak, on that Mooney track, if that's where we decided to do it or not, how many acres is, what you showed us, the diagram and the size of that facility, how many Acres does it, with parking and the whole shebang?
Yep.
What's it take?
So, and that's a kind of a nuanced question. There's a couple ways to answer it. First, if it's just the building and its support infrastructure like parking, probably 5 acres or so. But if you're thinking about hotel and having this really anchor a mixed use development, which is really what we typically see these projects, that's one of the benefits. So 20 acres plus or minus would be the kind of full opportune land available, not just for this, but also that whole mixed use type environment.
Good. Raise your.
No questions?
I'll just add as far as next steps. So we obviously are going to be visiting and learning from similar communities that have implemented projects like this and find out what their takeaways were, lessons learned, if they would do it again or not, and kind of how they went along that journey in identifying their funding. And then as part of the upcoming budget process, we'll talk about whether or not it's something that we want to incorporate and take next steps on or not. So this is not the end-all be-all. It's just kind of to inform you on where we're at. I know it's a big number, and Bluffton hasn't seen a number that big before, right? So we just finished a Riverside Barn Park, which was $15 million, and I think that was probably the biggest facility project we've done. So I understand that there's a lot to wrap your heads around, but we're going to continue that research and make sure that we make the right decision and a good decision for the community.
I do have a question that goes on with that. And I know that I've only been doing this with y'all for a year and a half, but was this on the strategic plan from 2 years ago? Like, is this something that y'all identified as something you want for them to explore and research?
It was brought up off and on for a while. I don't know if it was ever on the strategic plan. Do you
Not
remember,
specifically,
Dan?
so
I know we've talked.
we had a cultural resources section within the strategic plan.
Yeah, I remember when Harry Lutz, my first term, was on council, and he was bringing it up a good bit, and we talked about it starting back then. That's like, 9 or 10 years ago, and then just over time, it's been mentioned occasionally throughout, but, specifically on a strategic plan, I don't recall that.
I mean, for me, I'm a no on this with where we are in our town right now. I'm not saying in the future, but I hate to waste y'all's time and resources looking into something that I know that I'm a hard no on spending 54 million plus on. I think there's other things that we need to address before we look into something like this. That's just where I'm at. But again, I just hate to waste their time exploring something if, but maybe the majority of us feel differently.
I hate to echo and agree with Emily, but I have to. I don't agree with this yet. I don't think ours is who we are as Bluffton right now, and they have the same opportunity right across the bridge. Savannah has 2 centers that could accommodate the same thing, and it's less than 20 minutes away.
So,
I'm not opposed. Especially in an exploratory phase because we're not making commitments. I would be interested to see, as you all go down this route, if you have any partners in mind that would be interested as naming partners, because I know a lot of times that's how Savannah was able to complete theirs, particularly the in-market arena, with getting those rights. Because going at it alone, of course, we would never be able to accomplish that with the price tag that's on that, with other priorities. But this isn't something that we would be endeavoring to do on our own anyway. So if we have potential naming partners, or if there's an interest for that, I'm all for exploring it, just because it's all you're doing is exploring right now.
Ditto.
yeah, I'm fine with that too. We can't really, we don't know everything. So, the more we learn, even if it's not possible or feasible right now, in our opinion, or the majority of, at least we'll know looking forward, or have some valuable information for future councils.
And if I may, I think the site visits that have been organized will be extremely insightful. So the sites or the projects, we've worked on a number of them. The Peace Center in Greenville, and if you go and tour that facility, it's actually a number of different facilities, but the economic development and revitalization of their downtown is what has made that project so impactful. And then the Spartanburg area, they've got a number of facilities. One's the Spartanburg Memorial Auditorium. Wofford College has a performing arts center, so highlighting higher education partners potentially for these projects. And then, in Charlotte, there's another center there that's I think of keen interest in the fundraising strategy for all of those projects. I think will be very
So have you ever done one of these, or is there one that is used not only for like performing arts and concerts and stuff like that, but as an athletic type, gymnasium or an indoor sport?
So,
so that it was more than just
absolutely. And this is what we're proposing and recommending, is more than just a performing arts center. It does have the conferencing capability, so you can have exhibit booths set up, a banquet configuration. And when you think about, the indoor sports facility opportunity, they really don't pair well with the performing arts. It's typically performing arts and conference, or conference and indoor sports. Some of the acoustic requirements from a theater performance perspective don't match some of the height requirements for the indoor sports tournaments.
think the quality of the building has something to do with that as well. For example, we worked on the Kane Center in Cornelius, and it's a beautiful building, and they host a ton of weddings and social events there in their lobby. It's all windows. It's a gorgeous building. So that's a huge revenue generator for them as well, and having catering and their food and beverage revenues.
A couple of follow-up questions. One, if we are going to have site visits in the ones you recommended, Greenville, Spartanburg, and Charlotte, I would recommend trying to add some that are smaller towns like we are, and not just, bigger urban areas, because that's not who we are. And I don't know about y'all, but that's not what I'm hoping that this town becomes. And then my second question, and I'm just going to put it bluntly, but do y'all get paid in this feasibility stage, or just if we do something? Like, how does that?
So we're a third-party independent advisor. We get paid for the feasibility work. We are not part of the development and the funding, structuring. So this is all we do. We set kind of the strategy for this, but we don't have an upside on if this project gets built or not. And that is really an important point of our practice, is really maintaining that impartiality. So we're your advisor. This is how we think this project could benefit your community. If it's actually up and built, we don't get a benefit from that at all. And to your first question, the Kane Center that Brian mentioned in Cornelius, that's basically about outside of Charlotte, kind of how you are outside of Savannah. And it's a smaller community as well. So
just for reference, Cornelius is about 35,000 population, and Spartanburg is 40,000 population. And we're pushing right around 35, 36 right now ourselves.
Yeah, I have to know more. I'm open-minded, obviously, to the whole idea of it. But again, and to Emily's point, through my lens, our town is, it's not one size fits all, and all I mean by that is Old Town is different than Buckwalter. The Willow Run track is different than Buckwalter and Old Town. So, and if you're at Willow Run, you're totally off the peripheral edge of what we have here in the Old Town community. So they're each unique in their own way. Palmetto Bluff is different than Hampton Lake, so we have a unique personality, but to the points brought up financially, I would have to understand that much better about who the partners are. Maybe some people would have to show an interest before we jump, down and go down that road. Viable partners, so before the council could ever pull the trigger on something of this scale. So, but I'm open-minded to explore it further.
And by the same token, when we talk about how big we are, and Emily, I'm right on there with you. I'm fine the size we are here now. But when you say we're 35 or 40,000 today, another 5 years, it's going to be another 5,000 or whatever. But when you look at unincorporated Beaufort County that surrounds us basically, and Hilton Head, and what's coming to Hardyville, is when we look at the amount of people to support something like this, it's several 100,000, not, our 35 or 40 alone. So that's just the facts, of where we are now with all this population growth. Okay, any more questions from council? Okay.
all right, well, thank you all.
Thank y'all very much.
Appreciate it.
May want to take just a few minutes to throw your trash away, restroom, while we transition.
I've had one cup of coffee in my life.
We've got two more focus areas to get through. Economic growth, and then we'll have community quality of life. So on economic growth, in fact, kind of fortuitous. We were just talking about economy with the group that just presented. Create a small business resource advocate with regulatory help is the first project. Any questions on that one?
Just assisting small businesses.
Yeah, just assisting small business.
You know, with the regulatory.
So one of the concerns we hear a lot, including from council, is when a business tries to go through the process of establishing themselves or building something, there's a lot of unknowns and they hit roadblocks. And so the idea here is to establish some kind of liaison or help through DRCI that can guide people through doing business with the town and other regulatory agencies in the state. So just helping get through that process.
Well, Chris, just, Don Ryan Center, the mentors and all are helping them do that currently, correct?
So their focus right now is on how to be a business. It's not, there is a piece of it that is, what you have to do in order to be legal and everything. But as far as actually doing business with the town itself and getting through all the permitting, licensing, and then any other state regulations they may have to navigate, it's really having someone that kind of helps them through that process.
Okay. This next one is create and implement AI training and education programs. I'll tell you, I was just catching up on the news, and San Jose, every city is moving in this direction. So this is something that staff would like the council to consider as a strategic priority. Questions on that one? Yes, sir.
Is it possible maybe staff could look at some level of training for council to update us all on all of this?
Absolutely, I think that'd be great. We could do that.
For yourself.
Optional training for
Cookie bag.
That's
How about teaching an old dog new tricks?
well. Yeah, I'll tell you, AI is, at least it hasn't reached general intelligence yet. So once it starts, we still drive it, but when it starts thinking on its own, I've got some problems with that. But we're not going to go there. Develop a Bluffton 2040 build-out plan. This project is really unique and important because ultimately, at some point, you're going to build out. So what does the city look like? What do your resources look like? And building out allows you to go back to the current time and make sure you don't make missteps, like building staff or building your financial capacity to the point where you can't afford to fund the city in the future. So a lot of cities are doing it, and it's pretty progressive. But didn't want to steal your thunder, but.
Yeah, no, we think this is important because, as we near that build out, particularly in residential and then eventually commercial, what does the town look like? So we have all these different plans. We have the strategic plan, we have comp plans, individual like Old Town master plans that have this vision for the town. So how do we put it all together and then tie that in with the actual financials behind it? What do we look like financially, economically into the future? And what does that plan look like pulling it all together? So that's kind of the vision for this item.
Really, thank you.
No question, just a comment. I think it's great to have that, and I think as staff is doing that, to make sure that as we're doing that build-out plan, a lot of people have gotten stuck in a Bluffton of old, and realistically, we are not that Bluffton anymore. We are a Bluffton that has grown exponentially in many ways, and I think without having foresight to meet the needs of where we are from an infrastructure standpoint, looking at like a financial resiliency standpoint, we could also stifle the ability for Bluffton to have long-term sustainability for those who will be coming after us. And I think like that should be at the focal point to make sure that we're not doing any development based off of a desire to want to keep, this picturesque small town. We're not that. It has to be something that's going to meet challenges, demands of where we are. and where we're going.
Okay.
My follow-up to that is, what are we going, financially, what's our sustainability challenges?
Well, I think, and this is typical of any community throughout history, is as they build out, they eventually hit a point where that growth revenue goes away, right? And then as the town continues, and in order to maintain staff and services for your community, that growth revenue is not there to support that growth and needs. So how do you adjust or plan for that switch from growth to steady state? And what's the next steps? And how do you financially prepare for that?
So that obviously would be a challenge for us, but we need to start working on those feasibility studies now as well.
That's correct. And that's why we've added it here, as well as some of the other long-range studies that we put in the financial section. It's all ties together. That's right.
So if we don't have enough money coming in from economic development in our business community, then the only other place to get money is from the people, by increasing the millage rate and collecting more property taxes.
And the goal, yeah.
Which is what we don't want to do.
Yeah, and the goal is to plan for it so that we can minimize that impact, so that we're not overburdening ourselves or have the diversification of revenues so that we don't have to rely on one single source. And if you think ahead, you can minimize those impacts.
Similar, like we talked about with the road maintenance earlier, is we know it's not necessarily much of an issue now, but it will be in 10 to 15 years. So how do we start planning for that now?
One other observation. We already went through half a day and we never opened up any opportunity for our guests to speak.
We can. Do we want to get at a stopping point, and then I'll ask that? How much, where are we?
So we've got this, we've got one more focus area, and then we finish, so if you want to do it at the end.
Let's stop and do it right now. That way, if anybody wants to go home, I understand. Okay, so we're going to do it kind of like town hall, 3 minutes. If there's anybody would like to get up and speak, come on up somewhere.
I've practiced this. It's going to be 2 minutes and 47 seconds.
Ding.
So, no, it's going to be short. And I think what I'm going to say has to do with a lot of what y'all talked about today, but specifically this 2040 plan. A lot's been spoken about everything, but I want to keep the historic district in front of all of your eyes and ears and minds and thoughts. In 2010, we sat right here. It was the last time we really forced our council to think about a vision. What were we going to be in 5 years? What did we look like in 10 years? What were we going to look like in 2025, which is where we are today? It's the last time we really challenged ourselves, and I love that we still keep that vision, but back then we said in 2025, Bluffton is a beautiful southern town that is the heart of the Low Country. It has an authentic historic district, celebrates the May River, respects the Bluffton character. We're a community of livable neighborhoods, unique destinations where residents enjoy an active lifestyle and opportunities to have fun. We've hit it, haven't we? But are we authentic? Are we an authentic historic district? Have we lived up to the promise of protecting Bluffton's authentic historic district? Every contributing structure, which we now call a resource, tells part of our story. When one disappears, we don't just lose a building. We lose stories of how Bluffton began, the families, the craftspeople, the neighborhoods, and the shared history that built the heart of this community. Our original square mile isn't just land, it's living history. And with each loss, that history becomes harder to tell. That's why it's so important that not only we protect the structures, but also recognize the people behind them. Both black and white families whose hands and hearts shaped the Bluffton we know today Remember that while the materials used in those buildings really is important, more important are the stories that came from within these walls. From Bridge Street to Hayward Street, along May River Road, down Calhoun Street and Church Street, generations of families built homes, businesses, and places of worship that gave this town its soul. Nathaniel and Nellie Brown, the Brown families, Garvin Garvey family, Campbell AME Church, and so many others represent stories of Bluffton's Black community whose contributions are vital to our identity. Families like the Graves family, the Haywards, and many others carried the white heritage of stewardship, preservation, and community spirit. Together they wove the fabric of the town. As we grow, we want you to capture this and expand the 2025 vision to protect every contributing structure, tell every story, and make a preservation a true pillar of our future planning. Governor McMaster, some of us were there, he believed in the state of the region, economic development, conservation, and preservation are three legs of a stool that have to work together to keep the stool standing. We've proven that growth and preservation can coexist. So, I'm finishing. What is our vision for the next 15 years? As we will be built out. It's so funny, 15 years is 2040, and there it stands. What is our vision? Will we continue to protect the character and history that made Bluffton the heart of the Low Country, or will we allow those first chapters of our stories to fade away? I have solutions. I never believe in coming with an issue without a solution, and I think they go to UDO edits. I think they can be simple. They can be partnerships. We can join forces. Everything that was said today really hits on my new mission. And I'd love to sit down. I can give you edits. I can sit with council. I'd love to sit with Stephen and others because I think there are ways that we can, if we all believe in that historic district, that we can keep it here for generations to come. So there. Is that 3 minutes?
Whatever. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak? Seeing none, let's proceed.
So does her question of revisiting the vision fall into this?
I would think so.
I mean, I know this is economic development or growth or whatever, but if we want to revisit our vision statement, what we want Bluffton to look like in 2040, can it fall into that?
Well, when we were just talking about what we're gonna look like,
2040.
As far as financial in 2040, I think we can plug that in.
So if you're actually wanting to revisit the town's mission and vision statement that we put up on the walls and everything, that would need to be probably a strategic plan item under quality of life.
I don't think that's what was said.
Why would we need to?
Going back to the question that Ms. Burden asked.
Well, I think revisiting our vision statement, if it truly wasn't, if it hasn't been revisited since 2010, 15 years ago, I mean, is now, in the next couple of years, a good time to revisit our vision statement so we can plan for what we want Bluffton to look like in 2040?
But I don't think the vision statements tell us what we're gonna look like.
That's correct.
So, yeah, so, yeah.
We did revisit the mission and vision statement, I think, 2 years ago when you guys were here.
2 or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the 2040 plan is really going to use the established comp plans and the current strategic plan to guide, where we see the town going, as well as the, 92% of our town is under development agreement. So it's already planned out what we're going to look like residentially and where the commercial space is going to be. So when all that is built out, it's happening whether we like it or not. When it's built out, how do we prepare ourselves financially and based on what our established needs are from those different plans that are in place and adopted already?
And I think, and I don't know if this helps Emily or not, I think to what Mayor Selko was saying and what you mentioned about the UDO, that's how we continue to preserve the history in the Old Town area. Like I said, Old Town's different than Pamela Bluff. I mean, it's just different, but and unique. So I think we know and I think staff's already touched on the fact that we're going to have to revisit the UDO and talk about different things.
Also, one of the things that Heather hit on this morning, which seems like a long time ago now, is one of the carry forward ones we have is to update the Old Town Master Plan. And really, if there's discussion about things that we want to change in the UDO related to the historic district, the Old Town Master Plan that it's identified, I think that is where it will get captured and will be an ideal time to talk about that, because the Old Town Master Plan that we have is 20 years old now. We've made many edits to the UDO that go against the Old Town Master Plan, so now it's time to revisit it and say, here's where we are now. What's our vision for the Old Town and the historic district looking forward? And are there changes like additional building types, restrictions, historical preservation, stuff like that that we need to look at in the amendment going forward?
Right, because we've changed it through the years multiple times.
Correct.
You know, we've made exceptions for the riverfront, we've made exceptions for all kinds of stuff.
Correct. We've reduced the square footage
Right.
of spaces. We've identified new building types. So again, it's as we redo the Old Town Master Plan, I think specifically with the historic district, that will be captured and give council, public, and anybody a chance to give input on what they envision the next 20 years of the historic district and Old Town to look like, so that we can then set any edits, bring any changes that council may want to put in place.
I think I heard also that when we say who we are and who we want to be, we need to make sure that those things are in our focus from here on. And I think what I heard the mayor saying is, let's make sure that we don't lose who we are as much as possible.
The other, there's another strategic plan action item that we're not haven't talked about, but it is in your binder. Is, if you recall, the comp plan, which is really that roadmap for the next 10 years. 10 years, right? 10 years. Sorry, 10 years.
Now.
I know, right? 10 years is, that's really kind of that overall like vision of what the roadmap, where you want your community to be, what do you want it to be. We actually, seems like yesterday, but we are actually, in the next 2 years, we're required to do a 5-year review. So that is one of the items that will be carried forward in the document. So, and that re-review could just be like, we're good, what we said, 5 years ago still applies, or we need to tweak the comprehensive plan, which then supports UDO amendments or changes to the town master plan. So that's where a lot of that vision and what you want the community to be, starts from. That's one of the other plans. So I think this is more financial impacts, but the comp plans, touches on all of those elements. And we'll be doing that in 2 years.
One of the things that we should pride ourselves in saying that we're a growing town with a small town feel. We used to pride ourselves in saying that, because that helped us not to lose our focus on our culture and preserving
it. Good discussion. So, Bill, are we still on I don't think we're in the right, economic growth. Conduct a tourism lodging needs assessment. And then, any questions on that?
I mean, I don't have it is something that needs to be
Yes, sir.
done as we look to the future and economic development and supporting the town. That is one of the areas that we are very slim on or poor on. That's from all accounts is a huge contributor to all towns, generator of revenue.
And the last item, or last project, assess utility tech infrastructure readiness. And that's just make sure your technical infrastructure is here to support businesses, the community going forward. Any questions? Okay, economic. Okay, the last area. No, that's fine. This is under community quality of life, and the first project is launch a digital. This is so cool. I'm sorry, I got excited yesterday. I was telling Tracy, I want to get this as soon as you get it on, is a digital service app for billing, permitting requests, alerts. So it would be a digital app, but the app may also include other items in the future. And this would be something, as I understand, is you could just go to the App Store, download it, and then your community citizens would have access to all of that. That's a beautiful thing. Sorry, Tracy, I didn't mean to get too excited about it. Yeah, I'm already there. I'm already there.
Like I was trying to download it at lunch.
Yeah, I was trying to download it at lunch. Like, where's that? Any questions on that one, Council? No, it's a great idea. Explore partnership with the Gullah-Geechee Heritage Committee to promote Bluffton's involvement. Any questions on that?
I'd like to hear Bridget's perspective because I know it's something that she's working on.
I know this was brought up in the blueprint conversation before. I think Kevin, I know we mentioned it on how to go about doing it, making sure that there was like parameters and policies in place to actually implement it. And there's some communities that have already had success with it. I know Horry County has, Berkeley County, but Hilton Head is our neighbor who's done really good with this in developing an actual commission. CDC is the name of theirs, a Gullah-Geechee Task Force. And what it is it identifies priorities for the Native community, in particular to like reduce the impacts of gentrification or exclusionary things when it comes to permitting issues or housing needs or historical things. It's just making sure that the community is included, but it also takes it from just being an ad hoc committee to something that actually has power. The committee we had before, when we were going through the master plan blueprint, was just a committee giving conversation, but there was no implementation. And whereas Hilton Heads, it's comprised of not just the Gullah community, but they have like residents who've moved in. So it's a commissioner who is new to the area but lives in a gated community. It's someone who's from the business world. And so it's about 9 people, and they meet to set priorities, and they bring it back to council to weigh in. But it could be a conversation on what are some of the needs along a Simmonsville Road or along a Goethe Road. How do we communicate to a resident who may not come up or may not have access to those things? So the commission is like a liaison between the community and the priorities of making sure that the cultural community is not left out from some of the challenges of navigating things from a permitting standpoint that people are not used to. Many come from an instance where you could build a porch and not have to get a permit. You could go and dig a septic tank without having to go through a DHEC. You could add 2 more rooms on without having to do that. And so ordinances and things happen without including that community. And a lot of people see it as, well, why do I have to now do something? I never had to do it before. And not understand, well, it might be a safety need in doing that. We don't want you to just put anything up, and doesn't have the structural integrity that may be required. So I propose that it'd be nice to have that in a way that other communities who have Gullah communities are doing it, just to be a go-in between the communities.
Anybody else?
Okay.
So, and I know we talked about it, and I know there was kind of the question, because Hilton Head has kind of 2 portions of it. They have the one that's like an actual committee that is kind of underneath the Planning Commission to help provide that. And then the other one is really more of kind of the economic development part of it. And that's where kind of posed a question for the conversation in here, was whether that's more the other part of it, the economic and the outreach, of whether that's more of a town or whether it's more of a partnership, since there's a Gullah-Geechee with a Gullah-Geechee Heritage Center, whether that's, so I just want to make sure that, like he was asking, are we capturing what, you outlined with the statement in here, whether it needs to be revisited and what council, and just kind of go through that. Because that talks about partnering with the Heritage Committee, but if it's both, then I want to make sure we capture it correctly.
Yeah, because that's more on a collaborative effort and like promotion and.
More of the economic development portion
Yeah.
that they have on Hilton, where they did the app and stuff like that. It was more, and that's what I think that captures more, is partnering with the Gullah Geechee Heritage Center on that. So I want to make sure that what you're talking about with that we're capturing it properly.
They've merged. There's now, is there a space separate from this on our strategic where we could have an inclusionary component for a similar task force that we discussed?
I think it would go underneath here. It would just be a matter of how we outline that wording.
When it said partnership with the Gullah Geechee Heritage Committee, what you mentioned center, so what's
Well, that's the foundation, the committee for the foundation. The Gullah Geechee Heritage Center has a steering committee. How many? It's like 9 members. So kind of when Councilman Frazier and I were talking about it, Councilwoman Frazier and I were talking about it, it was more of the question of if we're going to try to reach out to the community and try to partner for economic development or do more outreach and that kind of stuff, whether it's better for the town to be the lead on that, or whether it's better to work with the Heritage Center and that committee to really more of partner and support them to be the ones that are the lead into the community, since there's a group that already exists. And it kind of goes back to what they were talking about earlier, is whether we partner, whether we support, whether we lead, which direction we want to take with it. And whether, if there's already a heritage center and nonprofit, whether the town trying to do something, being the lead on it, is it going to be seen? And that's why I bring up the conversation, is whether it's going to be seen with us trying to supersede what they're doing, or or whether to be a partner and let them be the ones leading. And that's where the conversation kind of came from.
Can I ask, and sometimes I miss the boat, don't get on the ship at the right time.
Not damn.
It's clear as mud to me. I'm not sure what we're trying to say or accomplish right this minute. Before I could even make a comment on it, I would like to see a draft of some kind outlining what it is we think we're trying to do. Because what I just heard, I really don't get it.
So that's what that literally says, is to explore. And the only word I think that's in there part that's kind of the question is, right now it says explore a partnership with Gullah Geechee Heritage Committee. And I don't know, Bridget or Councilwoman Frazier, if I'm using the wrong term, please tell me. I don't know if it's a Heritage Committee or the Heritage Foundation, what the actual terminology is, but whether it's explore the partnership or just to explore relationships or other ways to promote the Gullah Geechee heritage within the community. So I think it's just a matter of wording it to, and again, the whole purpose of it is to put that into a plan and then bring it back to council.
Well, again, I just trying to get clarity, and to me, the Gullah Geechee Heritage Committee, not even a committee, but I thought what we were trying to do was promote the heritage of the Gullah Geechee people through every avenue, not necessarily, to help them at their, whether they need I don't mean it isn't a derogatory term, like a porch or not, they can get that through staff. I mean, if there's economic things that are going to be tied to it, I just need it spelled out. That's all I'm saying. And she's sending me something that I can read later. I just got to get my head wrapped around it.
What I was sending him was the CDC, because the conversation that came up is, instead of us like trying to reinvent the wheel, if there's someone already doing it, to bring them in and look at how they've structured it and seeing the successes that they've had with it, just makes sense, especially with a partner as close as what Hilton Head is. I'll send that to you, Deb.
We're right back where we started.
It seems, no, you're not going, we're moving forward. This is linear, I hope.
So I rewrote
So where are we at now, Bill?
I think where we started is probably where we need to end. Let's explore the commitment or whatever that would be. Let's explore that because Dan is right. We need more information. We need to know how to be a partner.
Mm-hmm.
Because even if the town said we want to do it, I can understand Stephen's point. I mean, the town doesn't know how not to be offensive or how not to be sensitive. How to be sensitive. So let's, Bridget. I think we come back, and I hate workshop, but maybe this is a workshop.
My understanding that the town of Hilton has established an independent 501c3 nonprofit. And whether that's the correct name or not, I'm not certain. I believe that 501c3 has about $4 million that has been deposited with it through state funding that Senator Davis was able to allocate. And I think that it would make sense for Bluffton to try to interface with that 501c3 to see if there's some kind of common goals, common programs, et cetera. And our office has been involved a little bit with that 501c3, and we'd be happy to try to set up the proper discussions with staff and them. I think that's what you're talking about, Councilwoman Frank.
Part of it, there's two of them. There's that, and there's actual commission under their planning specifically for that.
But there is a separate 501c3 that's got a lot of money.
So we'll come back.
I'm good with the way that reads now. It says
You
there's
okay?
4 ways to support
Yeah, I think it's fine.
LGBTQ community.
You're okay with it?
Yeah.
I think that
Yeah.
sounds great.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we've got partnerships or initiatives. You'll decide when you figure out where you want to go.
We just want to make sure that you want it in there and that the wording is close enough to make sure that we're accomplishing what you want to see accomplished.
Yeah.
And that it makes sense to you guys. I mean, okay.
We are moving. Good, good. Next one is implementation of a cultural district strategic plan. Questions on that?
Is that the SOLCA plan?
So, no.
She's not laughing.
So this is related to our recertification as a cultural district in the state of South Carolina. So as part of that submission, we're required to submit a strategic plan for the cultural district. And this is just acknowledging that we are going to actually implement that, make it a priority.
Did it expire?
It did expire, yeah.
It did expire,
Yeah.
okay.
And just a reminder, that was done by a private set of
Yeah,
citizens that created a committee, and they kind of stopped with it, and it
did.
expired, and we had to wait a year and then reapply
Yeah.
under the law. Now the Public Art Committee is the committee that holds is the
Steering committee, yep.
Steering committee for
Yep.
the Cultural Art District.
Good to go?
So that the next one is adopt an integrated pest management policy. I asked Bill what pest means.
No chickens?
Means mosquitoes, I guess, or
What is that?
bloodsuckers.
So this goes along with the transition away from non-toxic chemicals, or transition to non-toxic chemicals. Big difference there.
Yeah, we know what you mean.
With our pesticides, herbicides, and stuff that we're using in parks. So what this would be is to draft together, and Hilton Head just recently did it. That we've been actually, if you go to any town facility, we've now transitioned completely away on all of our pesticides and herbicides to non-toxic designated chemicals. And this would just set an official pest management plan that we would to adopt a policy to outline all of that.
And create a strategic action plan for a performing arts center.
We just left that. We just finished with that.
We just finished with
With our
that.
whole,
Yeah. Next.
So,
Staff, are we missing something? We did have a big discussion on this. Is this,
No, I mean, that's just kind of, do we continue with the additional planning and identifying options and to your point about partners and all of that stuff. So do we add it as an item for us to focus on to continue down the path that you all discussed, or?
we'd agreed that we wanted to pursue it further.
Right.
Yeah. And we
learn
will,
more, yeah, more educational
Yeah, educational,
opportunities
right.
for the future.
Okay.
Just a plan.
Right.
yes.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
so you okay?
Yes.
So that, I think that completes our, the.
3 out of 5 are okay.
3 out of 5?
I have
Wait.
something that I want to throw out there.
Sure.
Because this is our last focus. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right?
Yes, council member.
Again, I would love to add this if the rest of council is in agreement, but to explore, and maybe it's a feasibility study on a potential outside sports complex. I hear, at least on a weekly basis, that we need fields for our kids to play in, that they are constantly on a daily basis just for practice, going to Hardyville, going to Ridgeland, going to Hilton Head, just to practice their sports.
Totally
and
agree.
So
Yep.
I want to throw it out there that it's something that we explore.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up because I've been saying the same thing behind the scenes.
And I don't know that needs to be a separate item, as we have the Parks and the Parks Recreation Master Plan. We can add that as part of the scope, that when we start that, is to explore and we'll, and that's underneath, it's a carry forward, it's in.
Carry forward,
It's
that's
a
why.
carry forward from the current plan that we have. And the goal is to start that next calendar year, so we can make sure that's part of it. 'Cause we're-
And didn't we already have a proposal of that too on a potential land acquisition that we would have made? I know I remember Kevin giving some examples of what could have gone on a particular tract if we were to explore a sports complex.
That's what I was telling you, we wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
that,
I remember a presentation on that.
Recreation is not omitted in that. So that's why.
For clarity, so I understand, so I did hear the word, the verbiage, Parks and Recreation Plan? Okay, because that was one of the things.
Yeah, and it will include pathways and stuff like that, blueways, greenways, pathways.
Ball fields.
Ball field. It'll look at all of that. It'll look and say, well, here's what's here, here's what the gap is, here's what's lacking, here's recommendations for how to connect sidewalks, how to connect multipurpose, what needs to be built. They'll look at regional and stuff like that, and they'll give us a recommendation, priority, timeline, and all that kind of stuff of what the town could support.
So what we plan on doing, so if you look at that tab 4, that's the carryover items, and there is one that says Master Park and Pathway Plan. Based on all of the comments we received today, we will go ahead and, like, I'll add that it includes a component about outdoor sports complex and get that explanation in there. And then once all of this is drafted, the complete plan will come back to you all for approval, or for consideration and approval, to make sure that we captured it all correctly. So I'm making notes as you add all of that, and we'll, like I said, right now it's worded Master Park and Pathway Plan, but we'll make sure we get that explanation in there and add that sports complex component.
Stephen,
We make sure and adjust the wording and say Master Park Recreation.
Yep.
So our conversations that we've had, preliminary talks with the county and all about Michael C. Riley Field, so all that, we don't need to add anything. I mean, I don't know that was ever on the strategic plan, but it is. It's not, but we're actively, does it need to be? I mean, specifically or not?
I mean, technically, it's not our park. We can't force the county to give it to us. We can't force them to renovate it. we've been hounding them for years. But, I mean,
So we,
Why
so
can't
if
we
we
add
can
it?
come to some agreement, it doesn't have to be on here
You can
anymore.
add it, but it's not a staff-controlled item. I mean, we can hound them, we can ask them to fix it, we can ask them to donate it, but it falls to county council to ultimately make that decision because it's their park, their land.
I understand.
And if it's a push for county council, that's really more your side of the table than staff's side of the table, because we've talked to staff and we can push on, but if you want to push county council to donate or fix that park, it's I think it involves.
Doesn't need to be on here then.
I mean, it's up to council. If you wanted to add it on there, we'd be more than glad to. It's just.
Well, you can put that as a council initiative.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, so I know that staff and council are on the same page here. So we were just speaking Parks and Recreation, and that's a giant leap, okay? And we're going to have to explore these conversations more in depth with the county because, for example, what we're talking about right now with MC Riley, this council's tried to get it for 5 years. But then it's the ball fields that's always an issue with them. And now I know that Hilton Head eventually worked out a deal with them to take over all the parks on the island, and they have their public parks and recreation. So it took some maneuvering. However they did it, I don't know. And I know it's not an exact match compared to what Bluffton's arrangement is with all the agreements we have on our parks with Beaufort County. But I think what we're trying to say is we want to go down a similar road.
So that's a different conversation than anything that we've talked about so far. If your desire is for us to do all recreation for our citizens, including athletics, the sports, all that kind of stuff, that's a completely different topic, and that would be a strategic item if council as a whole wants to say, we want to set a plan on how to be our own recreation department and take over recreation from the county within the town of Bluffton.
Not saying we want to do that, but we do want to learn what it would take and what the numbers and what if it is something that we would love to explore. Just how big that ball is and how hard it would be to bounce.
Exactly. Well said.
No pun intended, right? How big the ball is.
That's right. Because I know it's a big one.
Explore.
I don't know if we can see over the top of it or not.
I would say almost it'd be explore creation of a town of Bluffton recreation department operation, or recreational operations.
Recreation and parks?
Recreational operations.
Okay.
Because if we're going to take it on, it comes to how it's going to be operated, because there's more to it than just what do we need. It's going to be, how do we maintain them? How do we staff them? How do we program them?
Is the county going to give us the money that we're paying them right now?
Or does
on
it
our
become
tax
more
bills?
of like Hilton Head, where they partner with a third party to put everything on with Island Rec? So it's really more of just exploring what it would take to get to that point and determine if that's a direction that council would like to fully move forward with.
And everything the mayor said, I wasn't saying we're going to create one tomorrow or next year or anything like that. This is exactly what I was trying to say, and maybe I wasn't clear.
Executive is who is the executive?
Just them three over there.
I think Stephen tried to pass that back over this side.
No. What I mentioned about being the council one is when it comes to one specific park with MC Riley, if there's a push to see, because I've met with several of the county council members, I've met with the county manager, the parks director, and if the desire is to renovate, I think council pushing to say, hey, this is a park that you own inside of the town limits. When are you going to bring it up to the standards that is expected? I think that's a question that can come from y'all to your counterparts on county council, because they have the budgetary authority just like y'all do to determine what's in their capital plan and not. And it was originally proposed to be in their capital plan budget for this year, and it did not end up in their adopted capital plan for this year.
Let me ask Stephen, while we're all here together, and this has been going on a long time to no avail. So maybe if all of council would agree, we do this occasionally. A letter comes from the mayor that we all support to the chairman of county council. And just saying, we want an answer. You know, I mean, we've been after this for 5 years. Work with us here. Is that fair? Would council be willing to do that?
You know,
We'll see what it could hurt.
I think that's a good point. A few years ago, I had a encounter with the county because the basketball court was one of my projects, and they wasn't maintaining it, and so I pushed on a few of the council members, and they got it. They did go out and painted and did some repair work. So we're in the process of buying the property right next door to it. Mm-hmm. So that opens up another conversation and says, you know, we're trying to move closer to your property. Let's talk again.
A lot.
Right. The other aspect of that is people already think it's our park and they want to know why we aren't fixing it up.
Right.
And it's just like the roads. As much as we want to say it's not ours, we don't control it.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. It's inside the town. People see it. They think it's a town facility.
Yeah.
And they have the same expectations of that park that we do of all of our parks.
That hadn't been upgraded since my kids were playing ball.
Since the basketball court was.
Right, and,
Yeah.
and that was a town and county, partnership, so.
And I think there's opportunity for that.
Right.
Especially, and the conversation we had with them was, if they would do the ball fields, and there may be a talk for us to look at potentially putting a playground outside the fence and
Session stand or
working
something.
outside, kind of like in Field of Dreams and out here, where the county manages the ball fields and we kind of manage the park area. But again, it takes a partnership to get there.
I'm willing to be one of the council members that have that meeting.
Well, let's send a letter.
Let's send a letter from all of us if y'all are in agreement.
I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
See, that need to be in strategic, we just solved it.
No. The letter.
Next.
The letter, it sounds like a
What else did we miss?
1960s song.
One more question.
Yeah, that's a great song.
And it's more for you. Is the update to the Old Town Master Plan including UDO edits? Is that very important?
It will, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So,
that's why we didn't see
what, just like when we did the original Old Town Master Plan, that's where the whole UDO for form-based code came from. So as we go through that, if there's any recommendations that come out of the Old Town Master Plan update for UDO edits, they would then go to Heather and Kevin, and they would
I
research.
just
And
didn't know if it needed to be on the strategic plan.
it's in the carry forward.
It's in the carry forward,
Yeah.
okay.
So everything up here is not the only strategic plan items. You have in here what's really kind of carry forward and what staff has put to address. What is up here is what really came out in input we've received from y'all throughout the year and kind of through the workshop that we did yesterday to make sure that we were capturing everything that council wants to see within both of these.
My last question then, and I don't know, it could be a carry forward strategic plan as well, but I know we have a tree mitigation ordinance, but do we have any kind of tree protection standards?
That's part of the mitigation.
That's,
You mean like during construction?
I guess during construction.
We work with applicants to save as many trees as possible and trees that are prominent trees. And then during construction, we obviously have regulations of how they're supposed to protect them. And then we do have the tree mitigation, which we actually just had one go through, and we actually collected about $90,000 because of the issues that they had. So we have the funds available, we have the protection in place, and then the fee in lieu in place as well.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Is there something different that you're looking at?
No, I just had some people asking, and I think they were trying to find out on our website, and I did not, I just wanted clarification if we need anything in the strategic plan additional in protecting some of our trees, but it's something that I can certainly talk to him outside of this. Thank you.
Just want to make sure that we're If it is something different, if we need to look at it, we can. Okay.
Okay. Council, we're okay with this? Last one? Okay, well, that's it for the session.
I have a question before we end. Are we ending, or are you going on? We're done.
I just
I'm
want to
done.
make sure that we captured everything that you want to capture.
Yes. So, a lot of the things that I'd made my notes on were covered. I guess one thing I wanted to bring up is, and I know this has been talked about for a few years, regarding Mayor Soka's concerns for the historic district, and I think everybody sitting here has them, maintaining not only the identity, but as many structures as possibly feasible, financially feasible. But I feel like, and again, this has been discussed before, to me, we need like a tier system. Now, again, whether anybody else agrees with that or not, but for example, the Squire Pope House, that would have probably ranked in the top priorities of the town to try to go out of our way to save that building, which we did, of course. So there's so many of these structures, it's just impossible right now financially to save them all. And I'm not saying we shouldn't try, we should. But surely there must be some, from a historic perspective, whether it's people that had lived in them or whatever, that really carry a whole lot more weight, that we need to be, man, we really got to save this house at all costs, somehow. So I throw that on the table because council deals with this every year. We turn around, there's, maybe our focus is over here, but here comes another one over here that, you don't know what to do with. So that's the reason I bring that up. There's got to be a way to have a list of all of these and say, let council decide, bring it to us and say, which are your top 5 or 10 right now that you want to go out of your way to try to save immediately. That's just a thought.
Well, I think every story can live, because stories don't deteriorate. They don't expire like all of us and everything else that man made. Wood, trees, everything has an expiration. Stories can live forever, just like the Bible. Trying to save the story is the coolest thing in the world. It's something that's doable. Trying to save every structure when there's nothing but termite-eaten, worm-eaten dust, wood, bugs, you can't do it. We just spent over $1 million redoing the Sarah Riley Hooks house, and that's a small place. I didn't realize it until I looked just the other day. Is the story and the history of that house worth $1 million? A lot more than that. We just can't do them all. We can't. We can save every story, but we cannot spend millions of dollars for, and all we really have there is the story and a replica of what the house was. There's very little, maybe a doorknob or something like that. But the story is the only thing that we can make live on forever. And that's the hard part with some of these structures, is you don't know. I mean, we have to have some, like you say, some way of valuing the story and the structure and saving all that we possibly can, but there are some that just can't be saved. There's nothing there but the story. So I don't know if that helps explain where I am on that.
We decided some years ago, probably just a few years ago, that we don't want to be forcing a hardship on saying that we property owners. So then we start looking into ways to figure out how to get funding or grants that will support our push to try to partner with the homeowner. And I don't think that has gone very well, other than a few $100 here and there, a few $100,000 here and there, which is just a drop in the bucket. So Larry's point is clear to me that there's some times when we'll have to do some serious evaluation of whether the town is going to assist these property owners, if we're going to force it, or we're going to give them an opportunity to get out of it. I think we trying to force someone to spend $1 million when they really can't afford to pay the mortgage. You know, it's tough.
Well, we were supposed to have a follow-up workshop, to Dan's original point, on the structure that are on there, where there's a priority of some that are, ones that are salvageable, and some that should have never been on the list in the first place, because there's an inventory, and I don't think we ever followed up on that from our last strategic meeting.
I think too, to Mayor Sulka, she and I have spoken about this. She's probably spoken to everybody about this, but you know, well, again, I think she's trying to bring something new as a partnership through the community, because she, if anybody knows that the town can't afford to do every one of them, you do. So to help us save more structures, you're starting to lay the groundwork and the seeds, am I saying this correctly, to find financial avenues to help bring more resources to the town and the community to enable us all to help better save more structures. Is that well said? Okay, so that's where we are, and we really, and I applaud you for your effort, and we really need more of that. So.
Are the homes owned by black families. And if we lose Hayward Street, Calhoun Street, the 6 properties on the corner of Calhoun, we're losing our culture. And they are in disrepair, and the town can't buy them all. So Stephen is coming to you soon, like next week.
Just figure it out. Find some money.
So, Mayor, if I could, to add in, under the current strategic plan, one of the items was an update on the historic resource survey, which that is underway. We had hired Stantec. They've already came through the town about 2 months ago, did a lot of the oral studies and stories. They're in the process of compiling all this information, and the goal is that this is going to come back to you as a resolution for accepting the resource survey. We should have that in, I believe it's in February or March. In front of you. So the goal was we wanted to get you new data to use, and then from that data, then be able to work on that priority list that you're talking about. We just didn't want to use old information, and with the resource survey, this will be I think this is the 3rd or 4th one. So the last one was 2019. So we're here 6 years later with this new survey, and we'll have that in front of you, and then you can use that information on how you want to move forward.
The recommendations for the priorities will come from staff to council.
Yes, ultimately, It's your decision.
Sure,
Sure. Or we can, when we bring the contributing resource list for council, is to say it's for council to provide how you would like to see them tiered. Whether it's criteria like it's on the National Historic Registry, it receives top priority. If it's on the if it's in the local historic district or the federal historic district, or if it's only on there because it's over 50 years old, y'all can help us define those criteria, because if staff is the only one that creates those criteria, it may not represent council's priorities. It may just represent what staff is interpreting that council may want to hear.
There's 3 tiers right now.
We tweaked those protocols or those things just a few years ago.
We did.
You know, I don't want to say maybe 4 or 5 years or 3 or 4 yesterday, whatever.
That's,
It's been about
But-
3 years, yes.
Okay.
and we use that for determining for contributing resources to either come onto the list or to go off of the list.
Right, right.
So,
Yeah.
We do not prioritize right now.
We get that list or we get that feedback. I would like to hear what the homeowners, property owners, vision is as well.
That's a very good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's who, you know, with the exception of the history, that's who's most affected is the person that owns it.
Right.
You know, if there's a whatever, then it'd be interesting to hear what they have to say.
So with that, do we need to add in I would assume you're wanting to add a strategic plan item for the strategic plan to do a review. Is it do we just carry forward the one that's in there? Okay, we can just carry forward what was in there for this time that we're doing the resource study for that's supposed to, and just carry that forward into next year for the next steps.
Before we leave this subject, I would like to ask council, because we did just go through some of this a few years ago, and it's complicated and it's difficult. I, for one, would like recommendations as a starting point, instead of us trying to recommend of a list of 30 or 40, whatever it is.
Who are you gonna get them from?
Staff.
Like I said, we'll be glad to put them together. I just want you to understand when we bring, if our priorities don't match council's priorities, we're gonna want input, not priorities. When we rank them, if one that ends up on the bottom is one that council disagrees with, we're gonna need support and input from council on how we adjust that criteria so that that house or property ends up where you believe it needs to end up.
I move that we adjourn. Dan will never be done.
I don't. Are y'all done? If y'all are done,
We're done.
If
Closing
y'all are
comments.
done with any
We-
additional items that you have.
it's time to
that
go
we
eat.
captured, they'll wrap up.
We have a wrap.
You give them about, what, 5-10 minutes to close? Or you?
he said he was
Well, I
already
think
done.
Yeah, we're essentially done. We just, so we'll take this list that you looked at today, we'll get it combined with the carry forward list from tab 4, make sure we don't have the duplicates in there, and that will be the strategic action plan that the staff will bring to you to bring that forward. Other than that, we certainly want to say thank you.
One thing I did not hear mentioned today, I don't know if this is the appropriate place. I know it's been discussed some on council. There had been mention of a YMCA at one point, trying to pursue something like that. Is that something for this, Stephen, or is that a different issue?
I think that would be underneath the recreational.
Sports and rec.
Okay.
Operations by the town.
Got it. Okay, thank
You
you.
can change that and say recreational operations/partnerships.
Got it. Thank you.
Bill and Mike, Fred wanted me to ask you something. He's scared. Since y'all said this was 10 years, right? Normally, if you buy 10, you get one free. So does that mean next time? You know, we're trying to look out for our town and our citizens. And we've been good to y'all. Y'all been good to us. So. I was friends out here. Dang, all they're doing is giggling, no answers.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else need to be unplugged while I'm here? That's what I figured.
I think we're done. Nice to meet you.